Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hope you're doing well on this wonderful Sunday. The sun is rising, at least at the outskirts here, looking out my windows, and it is a fine time to get set for Japan League. It is Playday number 4, week number 2, and we passed the halfway mark of the league. It's actually crazy how quickly things go by, but we're going to have an interesting day, a fun day all together. And by all together, I mean myself and my co-hosts and yourself. So let's bring them up here. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Dev Marta and Pengu. Gentlemen, how are we doing today? I hope you got some rest after yesterday. Yes, James. What is that?
I'm kissing. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Just giving blowing kisses
Kissing
out to the
for
audience.
free?
Yeah. You guys get that for free. The next one you got to pay for. But I'm
Oh,
doing
okay,
great.
there it is. There's all the catch.
You said the sun's rising there, Gassan, but for me here, it's well and truly out. It's the afternoon now. It's almost hitting 4 o'clock. It's about 3:40 here, and it's about 2:40 over in Japan, so it's really sunny. I was in Japan a couple of weeks ago. It's bloody hot over there at the moment. I tell you what, in Tokyo, it's like 35 degrees Celsius and humid. But at least it's beautiful and sunny, and thankfully I can say the same. You can see it creeping in through my windows up here, but you know, who cares about the sun? We're gamers. We lock that out. We go and we sit in our bedrooms and we cast Rainbow Six.
It's very gray here, so I'm not sure about the sun
Maybe you're in
thing.
Denmark.
That's just Denmark.
What do you expect?
It's the usual norm. It's also, we went from 28 degrees a few days ago to like 4 degrees nowadays, so it's just like the weather's changed so quickly here.
Yeah, last week the weather in Copenhagen was absolutely wonderful. It was incredible. It was actually way too sweaty in comparison to what it was even the start of the week. It got quite rainy, but you know I'm sure we can talk about the weather all the time. This is something I had to learn when I started like meeting Europeans and North Americans, that people talk about the weather, whereas for me in Lebanon we never did.
So just because you have always good weather or always bad weather in Lebanon?
In the summer, it doesn't really rain. So from like
nice.
end of May, yeah, it just doesn't rain. It's just sunny. It's beautiful. You go to the beach. You spend your time at the beach. You go to the mountains. That's a half-hour drive, and you're all good to go. Like it's just nice. So that's something we never got to talk about. And then in the winter, it's like, well, it's raining today and it's cold, and then that's it. Like simple as. Very simple people, but today we have some complicated games to talk about. Look at that. That was a good transition, wasn't it? Thank you for that. Let's talk about yesterday and what happened in that Playday, starting off with our standings. 9 points for Scarz, 6 for Osaka, Kago Osaka, Vite, Kinotrope, 5 for Exist, 3 for Crest, 1 for Interforce, and Father's Back. I'm not going to say the joke again. They just don't have a singular point. I don't think this surprises many here, James.
Yeah, especially as the standings begin to take shape, we see Scarz head out in front, the only undefeated team so far. We see CAG in second place, and in a way this does look somewhat similar to Stage 1. Of course, Vite managed to sneak into second place in Stage 1, and they still can do so. We have them, CAG and Kinotrope, all tied on 6, so depending on how the games go today, one of them could steal ahead on more points. But as we've talked about with the Japan League, we really have first place Scarz, like that's locked. No one seems to be able to challenge them. And then we have between 2 and 6, so CAG all the way down to Crest. They're really neck and neck. Like any of those teams could clinch out second place, could end up going to the major. However, we're probably going to tend to favor CAG and Kinotrope because they are the ones that have done it before. I mean, Crest arguably also have done it before. Vite, though, they're the rising stars.
Vite.
They really have a chance. I know you're a sim for them, Pengu. I'm not convinced, though. Like, convince me, why should I have faith in Vite when they bottled it in playoffs in Stage 1?
Well, I gotta be completely honest with you, James. I think today is that day for Vite where they gotta show myself and the rest of the people out there why we should support them, because they played Crest in the very first game, and I think that's the deciding factor between Vite being a legit like top 4 or Crest being a legit top 4, basically. So I'm just having hope, but the proof comes in like an hour from now. Be ready for it.
I'm very much ready for it. There is quite a few games to walk through today. Of course, there's always 4 matches.
There it is.
Exist versus Kinotrope is one that we're looking forward to. But Crest versus Vite could also be that 50-50 split. We're not sure. There's a lot of hope on Vite, but also Crest have had their own times where we're like, wow, they should take this, and then they didn't, and then they're really at the bottom of the pack now. in that top 6, because only 6 out of the 8 teams can qualify to the playoffs. Interforce will play Scarz, CAG will play Father's Back, and finally again Exist versus Kinotrope. That is our schedule for today. But our predictions for this Playday, what do they look like? Yippee!
Oh,
It's
Milos,
actually
I see you.
I'm believing in Vite. Crest, Crest, I will say, fair enough. I think they have a lot of potential. I even placed them on my power rankings, even quite high up there. And I expect more, but I'm not seeing it, and so I have to go with my heart today. I think.
Yeah, look, Crest had a really rough game yesterday as well against Scarz. Of course, it's always going to be hard, but they only found 2 rounds against that team, which is a bit of a red flag. That said, Kinotrope only got 3 rounds against Scarz, and Farthest Back only got 1. So maybe it's just Scarz are so good. For me, if anything is a surprise in this graphic, it's that nobody, at least none of our experts, production doesn't count because they're just too edgy, but none of us have gone for Exist. And I feel like that is actually quite a 50-50 match. And if Kinotrope lose that, I think that that's a really big red flag. Of course, Kinotrope have done pretty good so far, but they lost quite dominantly to Scarz, as I mentioned. And if they want to prove that they can be a second-place team like they almost were in Stage 1, then they really need to beat Exist, and they need to beat them quite convincingly. But I wouldn't count out Exist. Like, they already beat Vite 7-2, and that was a huge win for them. So, yeah, I just feel like the 3-1 split on the Kinotrope Exist game is maybe a little bit unfair to the underdogs.
That's possible. I mean, I feel like we've seen Japan kind of shape up a lot more yesterday than we did like in the very first week, where there are some results where we're like, okay, what's happening? Like Vite beating out CAG 7-3, for example. Exist Interforce being so close after the rehost made me wonder, okay, which teams are actually going to be that like confirmed middle pack portion? But now I feel like we're seeing more consistency from the teams that we expect from, for example, Kinotrope, actually having good performances, figuring out their strides, how to play out the server. Exist also actually impressing me throughout, because I didn't rate them all that highly after the very first Playday. But now I'm like, okay, Exist is pretty legit. However, I'm gonna write Kinotrope just because they have more recent success and showing, I guess, a more profound way of playing the game across the board. Whereas Exist, they got their things, but Kinotrope, I think they're ramping up right now for the best part of themselves.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's still that is the one game where I think it could be 50-50. Vite and Crest also be that same thing, which is why we're starting with it first. Vite versus Crest Gaming, LST. I still don't know what the LST means in it. Landing ship tank. We'll leave it at that.
But send tangos. Like if
To
someone is
Montreal?
like,
I don't know.
what dancer should we send to the dance competition? You say, let's send tangos. That's what LST
Fair
says.
enough. Well, can they tango on the server, James?
Ooh, you're full of good transitions today. Listen to you, mate. Look, I do want to ride the Crest hype train. I really rate this team. They had some really solid performances in Stage 1. You know, they took Exist to overtime. They got 5 rounds off of CAG, and they even beat Kinotrope. However, they did lose to Vite in their final game of the stage, and that was a really decisive one because it was what allowed Vite to jump into the top 2 spots, and it was what really made it. In the end, unfortunately, quite a poor stage from Crest. But these guys have plenty of experience. We saw them at the Atlanta Major last year, even though they didn't have a great result. And as you can see in terms of recent performances, bit hit, bit miss. So they are actually knocked out in the EWC qualifiers by both CAG and Exist, funnily enough. But they did get a map off of Exist. They pushed Kinotrope really deep the other day as well, but of course lost to Scarz yesterday. I feel like Crest is definitely a level below teams like Kinotrope and CAG, but we're yet to see like what the deal is with them, Exist, and Vite. They always sit in this strange middle ground, and that's why today and the coming weeks is such an important time for Crest.
Yeah, I mean, you take them like Scarz yesterday, right? And it's a matter of how many rounds you take off of them. And I hate seeing those kinds of games because I would love to see Crest have a chance to actually fight for a victory. And yesterday just wasn't that type of game. So I hope they're gonna come in today hungry, motivated, but also not too disappointed with yesterday's performance, because only getting 2 rounds on Clubhouse is not great. but it's up against the best team in the region, right? You gotta just take what you can, go next, and just it has to beat today's matchup and future days matchup. Yesterday doesn't matter.
Yeah, you got to reset. That's kind of the I guess the marks of a good team in the case here. But let's bring up their opponents. Vite on the other side. I mean, Nick, the squad looks quite average if you're comparing it to everybody else here. But what do you think gives them that edge against Crest that both you and I are kind of banking on?
So it kind of depends and it kind of changes. Like in Playday number 1 against CAG, it was a full-on team effort in strategy and structure and how they all played together individually. Then they had a bit of, I want to call it a slump, right? They didn't do very good. They had a 2-7 loss against Exist on 9 laps. They looked lost strategically, synergy, etc. But then there was a bit of hope again yesterday. And sure, they played Consulate against Father's Pack, but we had Smiling Cat being a very smiling person, being very happy on the camera, and I think just bringing a good vibe to the team. But Duo on the Clash, for example, stepping up, Mira playing off of him. They had a ton of information to work with, and they played a lot more like their Playday 1 team, where they actually had a very clear strat every single round on defense, and still able to problem solve somewhat good on the attacking side. They were a bit slow at times, so today we're seeing them go a little bit faster, but I think Vite and Kinotrope are having a similar situation where they're still figuring out exactly how they want to approach the game, and as this stage goes on, they're going to get better and better at it.
Yeah, just to add to that for Vite, I've been really impressed by them this stage. I admittedly had low expectations from the get-go. Everyone really hyped up this team in Stage 1 because they were literally nobodies. I'd never heard of these guys in previous years. Stage 1, they come through, they beat CAG, they end up second place in the round robin, and then going into playoffs and LCQ, they stumble. They had a decent run in LCQ, but playoffs in particular, like going into those BO3s, they really struggled. And they made 2 roster changes after this stage. They lost their best player in Akusu and picked up Mira and Toasung. But you know what's been insane? Toasung is a new player to this roster, him and Mira both. They've only been on it officially for about 2 weeks. And Toasung has been by far and away the best statistical player on this team. But Penga, we actually wanted not to highlight him, but to highlight another player who you already mentioned had a really phenomenal showing yesterday. It was Duo on that Clash.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about Clash, bit of a 50-50 operator. Sometimes you're useless, sometimes you're not. But I think Duo has found that sweet spot where he always tends to find good value, and the team also recognizes that, hey, this is a character that can give us information. It can slow down the the offense and the enemy team. But we need to play around this particular operator to actually get kills or get map control. And I think Duo just has a good read on how to approach that operator individually. And I would not be surprised if, depending on the map, Clash will start getting banned against Vite by their opponents, especially come playoffs and best of 3s, assuming they make it there, because that has been one of their big win conditions on defense.
Gentlemen, I think that we have to figure out what our map is going to be for this one. Again, for games that are this close, we have to tell. Last time these two played was on Oregon. That was 7-5 for Vite. Unfortunately, Oregon cannot be played. I say, fortunately, Oregon cannot be played anymore. I'll take the W's where I can get them. Labs has been banned. Club and Chalet will join it, as well as Cafe Consulate and Bank. And what do we get for our map? Our last 2 bans. Who gets the last say? This should be on Crest, and they'll take us to Skyscraper. Whoa, we almost get Lair. We still got Skyscraper. You still have to figure things out. You still have to have decent map knowledge and cohesion as a team to make it happen. I mean, are we surprised to see this, James?
Yeah, I certainly hadn't expected Skyscraper. I was kind of hoping we might see Nighthaven. Now, Vite did get smashed by Exist on it, but I was hoping that they might have learned some things from that game, because it's not a map that Crest have played very much of at all. In fact, the only time they played it was way back in Stage 1 in their very first game, and they lost it to CAG. Maybe Vite just haven't had time to work on that map since, and they didn't want to take the gamble. Fair enough. We go to Skyscraper. This is a bit of a question mark for me, a bit of an unknown, because we have seen these teams both play it quite a lot. Crest has played it 4 times in the last 6 months. Vite's played it twice. They have both lost it every single time they have played it.
I mean, I'm just hoping that it won't be a 6-0 side on defense. When I see some attacks actually looking half decent, if we get that, I'll be happy.
Gentlemen, we're going to have to get into it. Our map is loading up. It's an 85% public prediction for Vite against Crest. And Nick and I are joining that bandwagon, but we'll see. This could be a coin toss depending on how things go on. Skyscraper definitely throws a wrench into any predictions. So let's get it rolling. Game number 1 for today. Please, Mr. James and Mr. Nick, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. 85% for Vite?
Yeah.
I feel like that's maybe not enough credit to Crest. Yeah, I think Vite is
No.
probably the favored team in this matchup, but 85%.
I did not see that one coming at all. No, I think this should be like a 50-50, maybe 60-40 based on what team you're hanging with. Certainly like 85-15, but I guess it just speaks volumes to other people also enjoying and or believing in Vite and their playstyle and how they've been looking in recent times. And I do think they have what it takes. And the fact they start defense absolutely helps, right? Of course, the vote, I don't think people knew that when they chose it, but the fact that you can start on the very, 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 very comfortable side of Skyscraper, likely racking up 4, maybe 5 victories if you do it well, that will certainly be a big factor as to who should be winning this.
Yeah, that's the big thing that I'm a bit concerned about here. For Crest, obviously, I did back them in for this game, but knowing that they're starting on the attacking side on Skyscraper, was it you or Milosh who said you don't want it to be 6-0 on the defense? Because that could very much be.
It was me.
Yeah, it could very much be the case, or like a 5-1, or just a dominant 4-2. Also a possibility here. Skyscraper is a really hard map to attack. And we did see for a brief moment there that the Clash was actually picked by Duo as well. And that's really going to test how Crest are at dealing with that operator.
Knowing what you know now, would you change your prediction or no? From Crest to Vite.
I think Vite are the favorite team. Yes. Would I change my prediction? No, because I vote with my like storyline hat on a lot of the time. But if I wanted to like win, like if there was consequences for getting this wrong, if there was some kind of prize for getting it right, 100% I'd be going Vite right now because yeah, I mean obviously the community vote agrees, but Vite are in better form. Obviously yesterday they won their match against Father's Back, whereas Crest lost their last 2 games in a row now.
Scarz.
And Kinotrope, yeah. Kinotrope and Scarz. But I guess Vite have bounced back since playing against Exist. That was the concern. Like, you look at it like this. Crest have lost 2 games and won 1. The one that they won was a quote-unquote easy game. The 2 that they lost were very hard games. 2 of the best teams in the region. Vite have won 2 games. 1 was against one of the best teams in the region. 1 was against probably the worst team in the region. And the one that Vite lost was against a team that Vite should be better than. So, and it was a convincing loss as well. So, I just think form is so hard to read right now because Vite looks so different every play. Like, every match they've played has been convincing, whether for or against them. So, which one is it going to be today?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, Skyscraper is. I don't know how I feel about it still to this day. Like old Skyscraper before the rework, you know, way back in the day, wasn't liked by that many regions. I know in North America they liked playing it. Europe, not all that common. I personally never played Skyscraper, the old one, in Pro League back in the day. We just banned it. But then a rework came through, and to my surprise, a lot of teams actually play Skyscraper these days. And sure, it's heavily defender favored to always skew the the draft of the game, because basically if you want to go Skyscraper, typically if possible you want your opponent to choose the map so you can choose the starting side. Vite got that. Crest, they banned Lair, so goes to Skyscraper. Vite goes, yeah, we get defense, thank you very much, and then you're happy playing this map. But I don't think there are that many teams that are confident going into this on the attacking side. Crest, I like this first lineup for it. Gives me a bit of hope for them, actually. I think both the demos with the aggression and picking off, maybe the early second round, some roam clearing, but also the execute enabling operators like the Osa, which you almost see never played in Japan, combined with the with the Capital and the Grim rather, for that execute enablement as well. So they have the right tools for it. They can actually even deal with Capital. They can deal with Solus downstairs. It just comes down to, can they actually pull this off? Do they have a good understanding of how to attack Skyscraper? That's what we have to see.
They don't have any utility to deal with roamers aside from the Deimos. It does look like the Deimos is now getting in and about the action. A drone is taken down. It does allow the aggression from that Deimos. And Chopi, without having to use any of his gadgets, does get aggressive and find the first kill. I can see the Clash roaming on the other side of the map solo. This is very strange. Smiling Cat's also on a big roam. This is a very weird setup from Vite on the defense, and Crest already have a strong advantage.
Yeah, Duo seems to like to put himself in a position where other people can't thrive. Like if you're roaming on the extension there on office side, you get picked off, they go on the windows. Other operators can't quite fall back to the bomb side. Because you're the operator of Flash, you always can. I think that's the train of thought. What I didn't like though, there was no verticality from Vite to help the roamer of Mossy who was downstairs. So poor Mira gets left alone. They could have stopped Deimos from Drum destroying the software. Could have helped Restaurant to shut down somebody else there as well, for example. But no, none of that was being found. And strategically now, Crest can walk in when this fire expires with the Osa shield, put that down for the hallway, walk in further, take side control. But here comes the strike from Vite. They're looking for kills. They found one already. They got Smiling Cat on the flank downstairs.
Yeah, he might find it. No, he's being read. The Chopi's decided to bring the shotgun today on the Deimos. Very unusual. Means he has to use the pistol. Meanwhile, Jin, he's been really good, and he does confirm that kill as well with the pistol in the end. Good spot there from Arcully. 2 versus 3, it's winnable. Oh, here comes the clash, though. You need some fire to deal with him. Very awkward now for Crest to try and make their way into sight. Deal with this clash, get close, get about it. Couple of shots into the feet. Duo losing his life, loses the fight, tries to spin around, but he gets knifed in the back. Arcully on the verge of clearing out this site and looking for a plant opportunity. He begins. And Chopi has to cover, already low HP, but the plant has been denied by Toa-san, one of the newest players on Vite. Time for Chopper to get around it. 1 HP with the shotgun, but Smiling Cat's back from the roam and hungry for more. A great closeout from Vite for what originally looked like a Crest round.
So there's 2 things to note here. The win conditions for Vite, they were multifold. They had the early roam, and that got shut down very quickly by Crest. Kudos to them. But had Mossy not been dealt with, or Mossy had gotten a kill, Mira, you know, that's one way Vite can win or build an early lead. Okay, that doesn't work out. Second win condition was going to be aggression together. The Goyo swinging out, the Clash starting to stab some people, etc. But the third win condition, the hardest one to find, I think, is that Solus was just sitting inside of T the entire round. And when that 2v2 occurred with 15 seconds left, Solus just scanned for the planter and wallbang, because this entire wall is soft and there are no feed holes. They're basically giving a lot of comfortability to Crest, saying, you can plant, we have no pressure on site, we forgot to make shotgun holes, but no, it's just the Solus that can wallbang you, similar to a pulse or yellow ping from the camera, for example, and you get this false sense of security, essentially. I do think Vite were missing one thing. The rotation hole between Geisha and the bomb site of Karaoke was a vault hole. So what we saw happen is Duo is forced to swap back to the weapon, gets knifed, because he can't exit the bomb site. When you play in the Clash, you have to typically make a rotate on the bomb site. That is a standing rotation, meaning Clash can walk, back and forth throughout that while having the shield up. Otherwise, you're forcing the Clash to put themselves in a bad position to try and rotate around, and often that leads to Clash dying. So, very small hiccup, but they had a backup plan, that a backup to the backup plan. Vite showed us that they actually have thought about Skyscraper strategically in regards to their, playstyle of Bank and Consulate, for example, that we saw earlier this stage.
Vite brought the mirror this time, no Clash, but it's going to be quite challenging for Crest to clear out all of this utility, because this is quite a setup, right? Oh, look at that! That is very cheeky. Toa-san gets aggressive and reinforces over the exposed VIP wall. Crest has completely fallen off that position. And they're just looking for a lateral clear at the moment, all pushing from the same side. It means Vite can point all their guns in the same direction. However, you can point your gun somewhere, you still have to click. Now, unfortunately, Jin loses his head. Almost another shot there from Chopi on the long angle. Another good start for Crest, another opening pick.
I guess they want to fight for it, but the thing about this bomb side of Office is that you have so much space to work with. You have that first roam, we saw the mirror being put up, then of course you have Dragon Statue, you have the bomb site itself, you got the second mirror window. I feel like you just want to fall back right now, one step at a time. You also have a spare reinforcement. You could close up one of these multiple walls to deny 1 point of entry for Crest as well. But by losing one player and Duo low on HP, that's a bit of a... Oh, Okay, not so good for them, but Tosun
Oh,
finds a kill, finds another. What is happening?
Yeah, great question, because out of nowhere it seems like Vite have flipped things on their head. It's all up to poor Renzo left now. V2 is winnable though. Once he's found that first pick, he's got to get that diffuser back. There's also information for him. See, yellow pings on one player means he can isolate these ones. Oh, he almost had a read as well on that player bar. This is so winnable for him. Just needs to isolate these fights. He's got 3 flashes and a drone to work with too. As we can see, the castle barrack has taken down, enabling a crossfire for the defense. That's nice from them. Oh, this is dangerous. His feet are going to be exposed, and he will get a few bullets shot into his feet as he puts that exothermic down. Just open up another line of sight. He can make this a 1v1. But you can see the players on the defense have played this very smartly. Smiling Cat going prone and jumping up at the last moment for Vite. Very, very nice work. And yeah, I don't know how to read that round, Nick, but in the mid, it just collapsed.
It must have been a conscious choice there from Vite to like re-aggress back into the attackers, because they had fallen all the way back towards the bomb side. We saw Smiling Cat peel off very early on, but then all of a sudden there are 3 players dragging, they're pushing in towards the attackers, and they're winning the individual gunfights. Yeah, here, you get the first pick after 4v4, that's one thing, and then just take the fight. I guess they didn't necessarily re-aggress, but they just held their ground, if you will. And Crest, I think they're kind of rushing through the steps right now. Because jumping in that dragon window and dying when you get the opening pick, you're kind of throwing away the entire round. The hardest part about Skyscraper for a lot of teams is getting the opening kill as an attacker. Because it's so hard to work the map usually, force back the enemy, hard to attack the bomb side. There are no freebies usually at Skyscraper, is what I like to say.
Yeah.
But Crest in the first 2 rounds, they have technically gotten 1 freebie kill, but they've not been able to convert that into much more than just that simple kill. So, I want to see them kind of slow down, tighten up, because they have to fight all the way here on all these 6 attacking rounds, because all they need is just like 1 or 2. But they haven't shown us yet, I feel like, that they have what it takes to close out those rounds, despite getting early advantages.
The cause for concern will be if they stop getting those early advantages, right? Like if we stop seeing these picks, then I don't know, I'm going to be even more scared. How are they going to do it without an early pick if they can't even do it when they do find the opening kill? Well, at least there's been very fast ground taken here by our colleague here as we go on a kitchen. A lot of the pressure from Vite is unsurprisingly on this top floor around Geisha. What is the setup from the mirror? That's what I'd like to know. I want to know where these mirrors are actually facing, because I think Crest might have snuck in behind them for the most part.
This is fast, very efficient. It's a barbecue, of course, defense, but they've gotten over half the map on the attacker side now. The bandit tracking could be difficult. We see this. Remote on the outside, Ace on the inside. You gotta pick 2 walls here, bandit. It's the experiment charge, probably the better one of the 2, but this wall will get open up on lineup side. Oh, the jump out.
Damn! Alright, this is something here for Vite to work with. Even though the bandit has been forced back, here's one of those mirror windows. That's a really nice way of holding onto that door. Is there a hold now for Vite? All they have to forfeit this position. Jin's found a C4 as well. These roamers on the top floor have been worth their weight in gold here. Now finally that mirror window is opened. Smiling Cat is going to retreat. No harm, no foul. 2 players in the advantage. Vite falls back to site.
This is great. Again, the win conditions, the setup, the utility, and understand, hey, we got our picks, we can fall back now. Hey, downstairs, a second C4 kill around as well. Vite, this is way too easy for them. This is nothing special. It's no Pulse, no Valkyrie, no Solace. They're just good timed C4s based off sound, or of course reading their opponent's Crest. Might be forced to just drop down the hatch, drop down the balcony, and look for kills, but they won't find a single one so far.
This is a real concern now. Crest had 2 close rounds that they could have won into a flawless one against them. I mean, this is by far the worst round we've seen from them so far. Vite have found their form. They're starting to look a little bit like what happened yesterday. Duo's looking very happy. The team is looking very comfortable. Smiling Cat has donned his big smile once again. And Vite made a full rotation at 3 sites. I expect this to continue now as we finish off this half. Crest have really got a lot of work to do.
Take a timeout. Now this I do like to see though. It's 0-3. Don't hold on for too long. Don't try and be like, oh, we can figure it out. We got this. Don't worry. No. You don't have it figured out right now if you're Crest. And this is a good thing that you recognize it. You talk about it. Because you do need at least that 1 or 2 attack round like I mentioned before. You can't just happily go down 0-6 for example. So talk about everything now. Talk about what it is that Vite they're doing against you. I think a lot of this comes down to the prep phase basically. What setup Vite are going for, what their win conditions are, and the fact that Crest are unable to read into it and go for active counterplay. When you have someone like Arcoli on your roster who's a seasoned player, I want to see maybe someone like him be like, guys, this means this. Like, they're playing these operators, or they're playing this particular way. I've seen something like this before, or I thought about it myself maybe, because we're not seeing any proactive problem solving here. They see a hold on Geisha, and they think, let's go breach it and take the gunfights. And I don't think that's a bad way to approach it, but then no one's holding the window jump up, there's no claymore there, so they die. Then they breach open the wall, but they can't really enter Geisha with that. 2 players dive to C4s, I don't even know how. And in that opening round, I was praising their attacker lineup, having stuff like both the Osa, Capital, and the Grim. But then in the second and third round, we didn't really see anything like that. We didn't see any clear lines being, okay, they want to try and accomplish this with the round. It was just 5 good guns, a bit of breaching, like double heartbeat stature. You need more than double heartbeat stature on Skyscraper, unless you have an extremely solid and consistent way to attack it, which Crest do not have.
But they've taken their tactical timeout. If there's anywhere to flip this game, then it's right here. And also, what's more, Karaoke Tea Room, they actually had a really solid attack last time. But as you identified, they've really changed their strategy. And already, one of the Selmas has been juggled. Yeah, I mean, like you said, operator lineups changed. Last time we had Deimos, Capital, Grim is still here, but the Os is gone as well. And, you know, that strat from Crest was actually really nice last time. Instead, they're going for what seems to be a map clear. They've already fumbled 1 hard breach gadget as well. So, I don't know, I guess they're just hoping that Arcoli will find some big entries.
When you're up against the bandit trick, which Vite they've been loving so far, Thatcher and Ace is not going to get you anywhere because half the breaches, Geisha and the single one office side, they're single walls. So is the drum wall. You need to do soft destruction, verticality, capital fire, anything like that. You can't EMP hard breach. So, you got a Thatcher, great, but you're not playing Clubhouse, you're playing Skyscraper. So they're not able to get that first step. You should have Ash charged, Sophia charged, or block the floor below the bandit, and then breach that first wall. Now, they get the roam anyway, doesn't like hurt them so to speak. Except that they've lost 1 of 3 summer charges, and also lost 1 of 3 EMPs. So they have less than that utilities to work with. And the biggest issue here is, can they problem solve the actual side setup? Ash can counter Mira, that's maybe a good thing here. Can they breach what they desire? Buck maybe go downstairs if they get the right map control. Sidewall actually open and soft. They might have a way into the outside here.
This is definitely possible now for Crest. They've made really short work of the roam clear. And now they have got a breach on site as well, but they need to start figuring out how they're going to clear these players. Mira is exposed to the drone hole, I believe, but he's not being shot. In fact, he's going to find some damage through it the other direction as C4. He can't blow that because it'll kill himself. What? He ends up not blowing it. He could have just shot some damage into the foot of that Buck, but no, unfortunate for him. Here comes the Buck jumping on over. Lua gets in there and immediately taken down. It's not looking great here for Crest. Finally something, as Mira is traded, playing the Mira. Ironic that. Jin's very low HP too, same with Duo, so there's an opportunity here. But Smiling Cat's just found another one onto Renzo, and Arcoli's gone down. It's really poor, it's really rough. Still, the Mira window hasn't been cleared. You've got Ash, and the Mira window is still up and dominating its position as well. This is disaster for Crest. After their tactical timeout, they find absolutely nothing.
Yeah, they had spent both their Ash charges, but I don't actually know where. Maybe Cobalt on my disc, maybe missed you somewhere else. I didn't see it, I didn't hear it. But both mirror windows were alive. Okay, What could they have done differently? Well, they have a bug. They could actually take downstairs control of restaurant when they get to that bomb portion. And they can take Buck downstairs. Buck can clear out Miro's position on the bomb site and clear out both Miro windows, at least one of them. And they can take Geisha control as well. Buck vertically downstairs could have actually done everything which they were struggling against. But they don't go for it. Again, very linear attack here from Crest. Quick roam clear, quick to get to the bomb site or right by it. But then they stall out for like over 60 seconds and they rely on winning individual gunfights, pushing through the meat grinder into crossfires. I mean, their best way to problem solve that round was to Buck to vault over the half wall and go for a shotgun kill onto Mira and then get shot by 3 people. And sure,
Don't send Buck
let's say
below
Buck
and try and get some vert. Just send him in and
yeah,
do a
just go
4-way
to the side.
crossfire.
But I imagine Buck got the kill to Mira. Great, but he would have died right after. There is no chance he stays alive. So, best case scenario, they trade 1 for 1 and they'll stay in the exact same problematic spot they were previously. I don't see the problem solving. And Vite, again, they're playing into it. Now they're playing Bandit Kaid. They're doubling up on Heartbreach. And guess what? They're playing Sophia. They're playing Ashe. They're playing vertically. No Thatcher anymore. So, Vite are now playing Kaid and it's Sophia below. Last round they played EMPs to penetrate the wall. The attackers have the ability to attack a repick in the drone phase to get the right attack and operators, but they're not droning deep enough into the building to get the right amount of information. So Vite are now abusing that fact and simply denying them what they want from an operator perspective before the round even starts. It's perfect from Vite, but it's sloppy from Crest.
Ironically, it looks like Vite have had the ability to defend a repick straight into the counters to every lineup that we've seen Crest bring, particularly on this hard breach game. Like, you said it, you don't have to bring hard breach centric lineup. This isn't Clubhouse. You can just bring a little bit of hard breach. You can bring util centric operators, but Crest have decided that hard breach is a priority, and Vite have decided, yeah, well, we actually can counter that really well. We're really good with Bandit. We know how to play the Kaid, and they've been juggling every single wall that's relevant. Eventually, we do see Geisha wall opened up, and as it was a thermite on the far right side of Geisha wall, it does also breach the wall into drum. So that's progress, but Vite are perfectly happy to just fall on back.
Only thing they don't have this time is that mirror window. It's the clash instead. It works the same way. Get the yellow ping, get the intel, maybe can help out with some playable positions. So it will come down to execution from the attack. It will come down to gunfights with defense. They are forcing Vite back extremely quick right now. Still 6 seconds to throw. Timing falls back. Smell pushed up. The Warden. Jin dies to the window angle. Not great. That's what first they need. Get the advantage. Still got the clash up on defense.
They've got a bit of util to do with this clash, though, fortunately. We've got a couple of flashbangs, and most importantly, we have the Zephyr's concussions. I don't think she's used them yet. They need to bait that clash into a position and then prioritize just killing her. Getting her off the board would completely change the flow of this round. But instead, the clash has enabled more kills from inside the site. And Vite have retaken aggressive positions now as well. Toasung falls back. He knows he doesn't need to overpeak. He just needs to get back and delay time as much as possible. And he finds another pick anyway. All up to Lua now. He's used his concussions. The clash is still at full HP and has just whittled away at what is left of this attack, which is very little, to be honest. The clash is just farming once again. And Vite are very, very happy to sit back, chillax, and cruise through this whole defense half.
Valkyrie. Crest banned Valkyrie. Now, I'm not super against the Valkyrie ban because it sucks to deal with the verticality and the plant and the C-Force and stuff, but I feel like they did not really respect Vite's, or sorry, Duo's performance on Clash yesterday on Consulate because, yeah, okay, they're up against Fireback, a weaker team, and I feel like whenever you watch a team up against Clash, it doesn't look hard to deal with that operator. Oh, just pick this, you know, pick Clash, or sorry, pick Capital, pick Nomad, just use one ability and Clash dies, surely, right? It looks so simple in theory, but let me tell you, trying to deal with a Clash in the actual server, in a 5v5 or 4v4 setting, it is damn near impossible. So I don't know if Crest have that kind of like, oh, we can deal with it if we go there. It's not a big issue because they absolutely cannot. Skyscraper is a bit of a block of the map. You don't have a lot of angles, a lot of ways to go about it. You have usually below and up, and then straight on and through. So you have one door horizontally, there's some floor vertically, but as you've seen, Crest have not been able to breach the bombs at walls a singular time so far, which makes it even more of a box, where Ash cannot get shot from the back, or from the side, only straight on. So, I like the fact that they're not overusing the Clash Operator though. It's been used twice so far. They are also being used, I think, 3 times out of 6. So, they're not overpicking these operators. They know when to pick each single one. Crest are playing Gridlock as well as Striker now, that new recruit operator from New Blood. And I think at this point, just get comfortable with it. Don't worry too much about the problem solving. I think just get to the map, get comfortable with guns at this point, because you've tried for 5 rounds to actually problem solve. It's not worked yet. I'm open for anything here. Just show me something that you feel like is actually gonna work.
Yeah, for Crest, just go back to basics, right?
Yeah, for
Focus
Crest, yeah.
on just the play-by-play of every individual round and every small moment, because especially on Skyscraper, right, there are so many big obstacles. If you overthink how to deal with it and then die, then you've just wasted this whole time. Just worry about the specifics. Don't get over caught up in the macro of it all. Just find a player and say, okay, how are we going to kill this guy? How are we going to move into this room? They've done so now. Not a lot of hard breach, though, to try and get control of this top floor. They do see that player in VIP. Good, nice attempt to push in together. But Jin does find Choppy, and with the Ash going down, there's no more counters for the mirror windows. Tricky angle here through the desk as well. Arculia is trying to fight. There's a player close to him as well. A C4 misses. Overswing from Duo. Mate, you're not the Clash anymore. You can't just go for it. Maybe there's a chance that Crest could find their first round here. Still a bit of pressure on this top floor. Jin needs to get out alive or walk away with a kill here. He's likely to get pre-fired in a second. And there comes the gridlock. Finally, for the first time in what feels like forever, Crest seem to have the advantage.
That they do. Question is now though, can they still find these last players? There are 2 C4s left, 4 over on the round. A lot of self-destruction for defense. Smiling Cat trying to find that fine balanced line. Fall back at the right time. Stay for long enough, maybe for one more. Finds one here.
No,
And fall back, that's great if you can. You gotta stay?
Wow, this
Come
is
on,
ballsy.
Smiling Cat.
His timing is so lucky there, Pengu. If he had stayed for even another millisecond, he would have been dead.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Smiling Cat has not died yet in this match. He has been nigh perfect. But it's all up to him now in a 1 versus 1. Arculi knows where he is. The pre-fire coming around. He gets it finally. Crest are on the board.
Only thing I can say there is no one held the hatch drop. I mean, the door to master bedroom was castled off when they dropped bathroom. Smiling Cat was holding a passive angle instead of the actual hatch drop, allowing them to drop down. A little bit puzzling, but besides that, Crest, they did get comfortable. They were happily fighting top floor, they were trading back, and sure, BT had maybe 2 players in like kind of odd positions. Jin put himself in a corner, he was as good as dead. Smiling Cat, not holding hatch there at the end, also allowed them in towards the bomb site. But they were happily fighting all the way through, and it's difficult to take back in, take off this, to roam clear it. But Crest did it. They got the 1-5 round, and they can be super happy with this. It didn't fail fully on the attack in half. Vite now have to match. If they go, 1 out of 5, look at it overtime. Vite beat their scoreline. Well, Vite take it in the calculation, of course. So it really comes down to, can the attackers be good, and who is the better attacking team?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but the asterisk with that is momentum, right? For example, you look at this Frost. Frost is the kind of operator that you pick when your opposition is overthinking. It's basically the case with Frost and Capcan. Any trap that's really, really like just instant death, essentially. You want to play them. They are most effective when your opponents are overthinking, they're second-guessing themselves, they are forgetting to check the little things. That's not where Vite are right now. Vite are cruising. They're having a laugh. They've just won 5 rounds of defense. So I actually don't think that this is the right time to bring out a Frost. I don't think it's likely to have any impact. If anything, Vite will see it and be like, oh, they might play Frost. Now we're going to be even more careful than we would have otherwise been. And I'm already liking what I'm seeing from Vite, right? We've got Grim for execute potential. We've got Dokkaebi Deimos for roam clearing, and we've also got the Deimos Buck combo for Vert as well. So there's just so much brought to the table here.
Do you think a Visual Bus G would have been better on defense here? I think that's the perfect comeback on, to be honest.
Yeah.
You're struggling,
Tilt
you're
them.
down. Exactly, you wanna tilt them at the same time. But I think you've called it actually. The Buck below Deimos combination here. Of course, in the perfect world, you also gotta have like Geisha window, Geisha breach pressure if you don't deal with like Geisha Vert. On the exterior balconies, because just doing Vert for the sake of doing Vert isn't doing a whole lot. You wanna do the verticality while having that cutoff guide the side, but you're actually walking across the office right now, looking for a roamer perhaps? I'm not entirely certain. Yeah, they hear the footsteps. Police gonna fall back step by step, but making this change mid-round, starting on kitchen geisha side, going towards office side instead. Look at the timer. This is not efficient in terms of the clock. But if they can get the kill, I guess we can call it worth it.
Oh, no, they are going to fall back. And elsewhere, I'm not sure exactly where Rento went down. On the Azami, though, that's a bit of a rough player. Okay, so in drum he was. Must have been cut off on a pre-fire on his way back. However, Fenrir can take his position now. If there is any weakness for Vite, it is the fact that time is ticking away quite quickly. Even though they have numbers advantage, we could see them fall to the same fate that we saw Crest.
Gonna be forced to make a premature execute setup here, I think happen. Try and breach Geisha, thankfully for them, no bandit, no wall denial on the defensive side of things. Out the beast, out the Deimos track, your flashbangs through, what do we call maybe just go for it because 30 seconds left. Yes, you got numbers advantage, but that's gone now.
Ooh, good timing there. Cooley's held on. Come back from the roam and he's doing the Lord's work on site. Lewis gone down though to that Vendetta, the pistol from Toasang. 3v3. Chopi's going to bring one back. This is desperate now. Sprinting in from Geisha's not going to find anything. All up to Toasang now. He can't watch the crossfire. Akuli is all over this map. He was on the roam. He was holding on to Geisha and he's back up the back stairs as well. Big round from Crest. Very, very difficult for Vite to deal with.
So this game will come down to mental composure most likely right now because this is Vite's game to lose. They got the 5-on-half, they had solid defenses, but that won't matter if you cannot problem solve on the attack, the more difficult side. Now the good news is, you just gotta get one round and guaranteed overtime, and that can happen. But they wanna close this out in regulation for themselves, for their points, with the standings, also for the message of fighting for that top 4 and beating out the middle pack that you should be beating out basically. So they gotta show us that they can stay in this mentally. They can lose the first round, maybe lose a few more, but still keep theory crafting, still trying to counterpick because they're so strong at picking up the right defending operator lineup, basically getting the right defending operators every single time. And I like the first round defense setup. They didn't have time to enable that properly. So doing a similar thing here, but there is a spanner in the works, a Amaru. But without any chaos. Ying is spanned out, no Grim, no Capital, no shield play. It's just an Amaru with 4 quote-unquote regular operators. I don't know if this is gonna be a... We're gonna go office breach. We're gonna open it up. We're gonna just flash side Amaru up the hatch and try and plan because there's no shot that will work. You need like the Ying or the Glass or a Blitz. You need something to distract for that to happen, I feel like.
My only assumption with the Amaru is that they expect Vite to be heavy roaming, which, to be honest, is reasonably true. But it means that Crest can't telegraph this push at all. They have to just go. Because the more you telegraph it, the more Vite have the ability to get back to site. Yeah, this is strange. They have the Buck having gone in down below. The Amaru still hasn't yet. The Buck can hear footsteps of players above him. Now, this is very, very strange attack idea from Vite.
Let them cook. See what they can do. I believe they are a team that they do things for a reason. They have a purpose usually. I don't think they do this by, oh guys, I'm gonna try this. I think this is definitely something that they've been thinking about. I don't know how well the thought is, but I have to assume that they have something. But yeah, it looks like they're gonna block the floor. Armor below the hatch. I don't see how Whoa is not just gonna die the moment he flies up the hatch if he does, because again, no real proper distraction game. 1 minute 30 seconds. The issue with this being so slow, it's very predictable. We see the silhouettes. That deep roam that you're talking about, it's not really all that deep anymore. They've mostly fallen back towards the same portion of the... What happened? Did it...
It went into the ether. That's unfortunate.
That's not good. Oh, nice.
What's the idea with that EMP?
That's for the posted warden, I guess. For mini wall for acing it. But they haven't... Yeah, I guess with the ace, there it goes.
Yeah.
It is so slow. It should be the most readable bomb site rush in history.
No, he shoots
And yeah,
off.
they get the summer charge too. Yeah, it's kind of cooked this round.
Yeah, look.
But the doors
Vite had it. Are they going to do it anyway,
That worked.
Peggy?
Yeah, look, the door in front of him is castle golf. I think they see right here. Might have coverage enough for this.
And in goes Yamaru down for a plant. Up to try and take a shot, but Choppy with a C4. So Crest did have the read all along after all. But Vite have won enough fights to make this doable. Not if Choppy is going to do that. Jin's forcing this plant down. They know where Choppy is. But he can't find the kill. Another player hunting him down eventually. They land the shot. Oh, to Jin now, 1v2. Does have diffuser, and there's players below. There's players hiding. He doesn't know where they are. He can't find them in time. There's no way. Jumping up, Rento secures the kill, and Crest must be feeling pretty good about themselves right now. This has been two dominant defenses after their shocking first half. They are on the path to redemption.
They are on the right path indeed, but I also feel like this is mostly due to Vite having some missing elements for once, actually. I think if you had the Ying combined with the armor there, or if somebody was in the blitz, you know, you need something to enable the plan to go down, because otherwise, like we saw, it comes down to a simple C4. They hear the rip, but where are you gonna go with your armor? If you duo, you're playing in the only possible plan position in the map, basically. If you move, you get shot. If you don't move, you get C4'd. And a lot of things can go wrong in this round. It doesn't help that the ash charge actually went through the castle barricade or whatever happened there. And I think it was Toast who was like, yellow paint, and be like, the castle's here, guys. What do we do here? And he didn't have any other self-destruction, so unless you're gonna rappel on the balcony and punch it 9 times, that castle barricade is gonna stay. Curious if you're just gonna enter it or just cut off the rotations, but again, picking Vite's speed. You're slow in the first attack, you're slow in the second one. I think they need more time to work with, but also if they're gonna go directly, you have to be faster. For the simple reason is, you want to make it a surprise factor, not this, oh, maybe we're gonna roam clear, oh, 2 minutes gone, we are certainly not gonna roam any longer. It's too readable for Crest, so play confidently, a little bit quicker, because you can't spend the entire round in the same spot.
Yeah. Oh, well, at least Vite have an idea, right? Like, yes, execution was off, but at least they had an idea. And I feel like maybe it's the same for this round. I do feel like they keep changing their mind, though. I mean, you bring Capitao, you bring Grim, you bring Dokkaebi. Like, this lineup looks like they have an intention. I just can't figure out what the intention is yet.
It's kind of how it feels, so it's true. It's so funny seeing like the difference in operators and defense as well. Like they're both finding success, they're both doing good, but complete night and day difference here between Crest and Vite. Very different kind of prep work going into this. Now operator bans, I guess we can kind of talk about it because we haven't really all that much so far. Ying, Tubrao, Valkyrie, Monty, pretty stable stuff. Of course, the Skyscraper. Imagine Tubrao was open with the Kaid. I mean, no wall ever gets opened up. Even with the Tubrao ban, it's still been a bit of a struggle. Monty can simplify so many of the attacker rounds to walk in from map control, to roam clear, to get down the diffuser, etc. I think Skyscraper is one of Monty's strongest map currently in pro play, and it's pretty much always banned out. So I think both teams here have said, you know what, we want to have to rely on out of the norm, funky stuff, one-off strategies, and also just like consistent good gameplay. None of those kind of meta key deal breakers here. Oh, it's not a bandit, boys. It's a kite claw. Oh, they got it. Had to guess between left and right hand side. If they guess, oh, okay, they got.
There were 2 of them, I think,
Doesn't
on
matter.
it. And so he might have EMP'd
Yeah.
one of them with the first EMP, but not the second one. That's very cheeky.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, one on the left, one on the right, which means they have to do both EMPs at the same time. Otherwise, the one that you deactivate the first time is going to get back on. That's actually a really nice little bit of tech there. I mean, if they're bringing Thatcher, completely nullified. But if they don't bring Thatcher, then they're going to pay for it.
Yeah. If it was a bandit, Thatcher's pointless. If it's Kite, bandit's amazing. Same exact issue that Crest were having too. Somehow Mira finds a kill. That's good, but look at the timer, 30 seconds. You're Hectorcam's buddy, but won't fight a whole lot here. Once again, Vite forced into a premature execute before they're ready. See focus shot, it misses. Really good for Vite here. Flash, Grimpy, maybe see the drop here. They have to get aggressive any second.
Oh, and he does find that kill over peak from McClare. Does open the door for Vite to start moving on inside. They have numbers advantage. They're not ready to drop down to side because there are still players upstairs. Nice shot there from Smiling Cut. Might make this winnable, but the diffuser is down on the ground and nobody's in position to pick it up. And when you leave it till the last minute, a single mistake like dropping that diffuser, like the player with the planter going down, it's going to cost you the whole round. And this is where Crest can make their statement and get back into this game. They're only one round behind from being 5-1 down. This is almost a tied game.
And full bombs are reset as well. Like both teams found success on the territory the first time around at least. And yeah, tactical timeout. There it is. Perfect timing I think for Vite. They've seen all the 3 primary bomb sites being brought up by Crest. Now they can talk about how they want to approach in their second turnaround. What's going wrong? Is it Maverick time? Is it time to go faster? We have to change the actual approach to the map. Like, they've been going for direct takes more often than not. They're not really challenging the map or the roam clear. They just had Mira and Dokkaebi holding their rotation very passively. Got the kill very late in the round when the enemy went for a flank. So, I expect big change up from Vite because I think they absolutely have to. The big question then is, if Vite is going to change, will Crest try and change with them and go for a counterplay? Or keep things the same and trust in their game plan? Because if you're getting countered and you're not going to make a single change yourself, you better really believe that you got the right idea going for you. Because otherwise, this should be falling apart. And as I said before, all Vite need is that single around. They're guaranteed overtime, guaranteed a single point in this match. And I think for them, against Crest, that is good enough for a start, but it gives them the option to, of course, go for more.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we've talked a lot about repicking operators and about counters. And we were really poking fun at Crest and saying, like, guys, how do you pick the worst operators to deal with the lineup that Vite have brought? I actually feel like I'm seeing at least one really good pick here, and it's the Twitch. We haven't seen it this whole game so far. But I have a feeling that Twitch going up against the Goyo and the Fenrir is exactly what Vite need.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
If they can get the Twitch drones activated, that's the only the big thing, because then Scarz are being a very boxy map. It's hard to get anything into a position where it shouldn't be. Like, getting a Twitch drone deep into a bomb slide to clear out utility, for example, or on the roam, it's difficult. You got maybe 1 drone hole to work with, 2 doorways. It's hard to be like, ha, surprise! Because of how compartmentalized and boxed in the map actually is. So I like the pick here from Mira, but the real question is, what can he actually find with it? 25 seconds already burned very quickly here in the first attack since the timeout. Gotta see something new here from Vite, not just operators, but also in terms of the pace. I like this. The Tozen downstairs, very quick on the entry, clears out bathroom, master bedroom, etc. And now if there's any roamers upstairs now, Fishers, I think there's still 1 player actually. You can destroy the floor below, force them back, or go for a kill. Oh, while they're roam clearing, that's how they're gonna find their gap. Tozen's gonna drone the side while they distract them on the roam. This is exactly how you can utilize Twitch.
Really good catch from our Japanese observer as well. They can't hear what we're saying. They don't know what we're talking about. They listen to the Japanese stream, but they already managed to catch that. And credit to Mira making the most of that Twitch utility. All we know is he's got one of those Fenrir gadgets. Now, the Dreadmine's changed a little bit recently. It used to be that you had 5 of them, but only 3 could be active. But once one of the active ones is shot, then you lose that charge. You don't lose the charge anymore, is that right?
That is correct. You have there's only 4 mines, 2 are active, and you don't lose the codes.
Yeah,
so there's always going to be 2 Fenrir mines activated.
Yeah, that's a huge difference because you know it used to be you shoot an active one and you know that's 1 more active one down. They can't reactivate it. But still, with 4 mines up, it does still leave the ability for our Khalid to change where these are. But here comes the execute. Forget about Twitch drones. This is about clearing one of the hardest rooms to clear in Rainbow Six Siege, and that is Drum, especially with that as army active.
They don't have those, like, like utility operators. No Ying, it's banned out. No Capital, no Fire. They got Grim Bees, but Smiling Cat's in the back line for a fair bit of time here. Clock no longer downstairs. Guys, 40 seconds. Toxic Babes, you have to start going. Stop waiting
here's
for
a
that
creep.
final second. It's not going to get any easier.
Mira might have snuck into a really decent position. Never mind, he's dead. 5v4 now for defense, and Crest are looking in a very solid spot. Here comes an attempted execute, but it's not looking too hot here for Vite. They might have had some nice ideas, but again, the pattern continues so slow. Methodical, yes, but you can measure as much as you want. If you don't have time to cut, then you won't even barely make an incision. Crest even had a flank going on at the end of it. A flawless round. And Crest have brought it back to even. 5-5 break point. Next round determines who finds match point, guarantees overtime, and gets the first point on the standings out of this matchup.
And this goes to show why the opening kill is so important on Skyscraper attack. You said, oh, Mayor might have found the gap in the opening, and while that technically is true, there are no ways to surprise the defenders by sneaking in somewhere. Because when you're in a 5v5, there are not that many ways to attack the bomb site, right? They knew they were engaged, yeah? Hadn't reached the wall, window was closed. That's not possible. So that leaves drum door, dragon door, or the dragon area, and then both staircases. That's 4 areas you can enter from. Now, odds are, on one staircase, it might be a barbed wire, or a Fenrir mine, or a camera. So that's being spotted automatically, basically. Another staircase, there's a player watching it. That leaves 4 defenders to watch 3 entry points. There is no way, unless you make any mistake on defense about who's watching what angles, that you'll find a gap. That's the issue, if you will, with Skyscraper. Or, as I would like to say, that's the difference between Skyscraper and other maps. You cannot go for, oh, let's flank this staircase, they're never gonna see it coming, they have so much to worry about. Like, no, they don't have anything to worry about unless you open up every single door, wall, window imaginable. And the story of this game so far for both teams, the attackers are not breaching any of the reinforced walls, being denied by, oh, I like this actually, they've been denied by the hard wall deny. Very quick entry here, they got the red pings, got the sound cues. Oh, there goes the camera, oh no!
Bro, that's why you can't look up for the cameras before you clear the angle, right? It was a weird idea, a cheeky one, I don't mind it, but Mira and Smiling Cat getting in really early with both the Blitz and Ash, choosing 2 different staircases and just sending it. But unfortunately, what has it got for them? Well, no map control, because Smiling Cat's pieced on out of there and Mira's dead. No numbers advantage, because, well, they lost an engagement. They didn't even trade it. So realistically, Vite have achieved nothing with that investment, and now Smiling Cat's just going to try and poke by himself, but a solo Blitz is not likely to find anything.
I like what they tried. I actually really do, because that's a big change up, and they're struggling with time. That's very fast. But I don't think they had the right supportive network around it with drones. They have like a red ping or 2, but you should never have to check for a default cam. Either Mira has to realize, hey, that's not my job to check, or a drone has to be there, say, they're not watching the camera, coast is clear, you feel free to push. Because that's a 50-50. If you looked at the actual scope here on the Mira, maybe you get a kill. That's what you wanted. And you can fall back, play 5 versus 4. Now it's reversed. You're playing 4v5. Smack the Mira into, hold the flank, see the player engage the Blitz, run over, isolate, go for kill. That should be close.
That's how you win it. Very risky from Smiling Cat. He went for the pistol shot instead of the flash. But he made it work, and Vite have now equalized. 50 seconds. Maybe there is a way back into this, especially if they can take out the player in drum, but Lua gets away with his life and a kill.
Thing is, Blitz is so hard to play here when you get to the bomb site. So many crossfires. It's great for the roam clear. We saw that in effect. But this right here. Walk through this doorway. 1 guy to your left, 2 guys on your right. Verticality, C4 below. Jin finds 1, 3 and 3. Still winnable. You gotta see Smiling Cat on Blitz though. Enable his team to get inside those doors.
Needs to be an entry here from Duo as well. Smiling Cats aiming down sights once again with this pistol. And now he spotted another player as well. He goes for another one. He's biting off way more than he can chew. And Renzo has been allowed the opportunity to bring Vite back. It's up to Duo now. After that plant has been confirmed, Renzo and Arkuli have to try and retake. Where is Duo? Is he watching this position? The run out happens. Akuli revealed. Duo, all he has to do is cover this diffuser, and he's so close to it as well. They don't seem to know where he is. They need to keep swinging it. But they need to be careful not to give him 1v1s. It's so winnable, but he loses the fights. And Crest can breathe a sigh of relief. What a comeback this has been, from 5-1 down, now to 6-5 match point. Especially with how that round was looking. Vite had everything they needed, and they stumbled with one hurdle left.
Smiling cat better not be smiling right now, because he broke my heart.
He played so well,
man. I saw the first
kills.
ADS in Geisha against the Bandit. I'm thinking, why would you ever ADS that? But you know what? It kind of worked. It kind of made sense actually, because Bandit was sprinting at you. You know, no fault, no blame. The second ADS to get the entry, that one's genius, because what is it's gonna do without shooting, right? They're so far away from you. But that third player, the Frost by the bomb site window, stuck in the corner, and I was keeping track of the other players. The last defender had dropped downstairs, wasn't even on the bomb site, and you had the one of your teammates, I forgot who it was actually, was right next to the pit, who died like shortly after. So the new side was clear. Here, Grim swung, Jin. So they knew there was nobody else helping the defender. There's no reason not to push that Frost as the blitz and flash them. Or simply look at them while you're planting and you're happy in the post plant. But ADSing while looking at the Frost right before your teammate gets there to support you is one of those moments that will haunt Vite, because that right there should have been their 6-5. They should have been taking us at least to overtime. They should have been in the lead. They deserved that round, if you will, until they didn't. And now they have to make up for it, because this is going to be their final attempt at bringing this game any further, or they will lose 7-5.
It was Vite's first chance to get an attack round win, and they looked like they were going to do it despite losing the opening pick as well. But, like you said, Smiling Cat, he, unfortunately, for whatever reason, made probably the worst decision possible. Like you said, he could have sat there, he could have pushed. He could have just waited an extra split second for his teammate to swing at the same time he ADS'd. Even that would have been slightly preferable. But, alas, the round is done. You can't focus on it anymore. Vite now just have to focus up on pushing overtime. They've already got a solid breach on Geisha 50 seconds into the rounds. That's very close to imperative on this site down in Kitchen. It's the first time we're seeing Crest repeat this. What have Vite learned from the first time they attacked this bomb site just 3 rounds ago?
Hopefully a lot of things, because a lot was left to be desired last time. We were low on time, forced to rush the side, got flanked as well, I believe, actually, so those things went the wrong way. I like this approach though. Geisha control, side window. They can force off a Claire from the spot. They can hit the side itself. Maybe C4 ripped and ready. Right timing, might find the pick. The key here, you don't push Geisha, you hold. You gotta push the side or push downstairs. Soft wall opened up, drum wall opened up. So there's a Claire, of course, is taking this. He knows he has cover. Crest, they actually read very well at what they can and cannot do right now. They're not afraid of the Grim Bees. They're happily just sitting there still, being spotted. They know there are no nades. Capture Fire has not been used yet. Just waiting. And the timer is getting lower and lower for Vite. They're gonna have to stretch it out this round, because they're not gonna have time to do what they want to do here.
They're just going to keep spotting this one player, but really what they should be worrying about is the player on the long angle all the way in Drum or Garden. Hang on, they've gone for a plan. Akuli and Eclair, though, have found picks, and here comes the gas. If Eclair is able to come back into his position, he could also find the kill through the floor. Choppy is putting the site on lock. Duo needs to win this fight. He was so good on Clash, on defense, but on attack he has struggled. Only 3 kills this whole game for Duo as he tries to fake the plan again, but Crest have been so good at this retake, and it's pretty much all over. Indeed, it's done with a flawless round for Crest, from 5-1 down to 7-5, and a full 3 points for the underdogs. 15% of you thought these guys would win, but they have proven that they deserve not to be underestimated. Vite are good, but they cannot hack it on Skyscraper. Crest steal away a heartbreaking defeat for Vite.
And the dude starting the attack, which is oh so much more impressive. I mean, that's the harder side, especially mentally, right? They go on defense, and you look at Crest and they go, we got this, don't worry about it, boys. And they bring it back round by round by round. They showed us that they actually have a strategical way into this on defense, even though they had lackluster attacks and Crest. They are that team in the series.
7 rounds in a row for Crest to reverse sweep Vite. What a performance from them on Skyscraper. We'll break it down after the break.
I'm at a loss for words. What a comeback. What a comeback. What a way. What a thing to witness at the start of this beautiful Sunday here with the sun rising and Crest were rising also on Skyscraper. Bringing it back 7 rounds in a row. Insane. And we'll definitely not have anybody be smug about it here on the analyst desk. Welcome back to day 4 of Japan League. And that's what we look for here in Japan. Skyscraper was a pick that we weren't too sure of. And we got a hell of a game out of it, James.
That we did. Yeah, Skyscraper is a hard map to attack, man. What can I say? And I certainly was regretting my Crest prediction for most of that match until it only flipped at the 5-5. Like, round 11 was really where that game changed pace. And, of course, with Vite, Smiling Cat in particular, who'd been playing so well, making quite a crucial mistake, going for that gunfight with the Blitz, that ended up essentially costing them the game. Really, to be honest, like as harsh as it sounds, I think that from that moment, Vite were just down.
You alright, Nick?
No.
How you holding up there, buddy?
I'm sitting on this middle ground where I'm thinking to myself, was it a great comeback or a wonderful throw? Because I think there's a bit of both here. Like, yes, Crest, they played their part in, like, you know, making that comeback happen and put into reality. But I also feel like there was a little bit donations happening sometimes from Vite where they said, you know what, we're also throwing a little bit. And that really made the gap look ginormous because only one round looked winnable, I would say, for Vite. Whereas Crest, when they were attacking, yeah, they only won one single round, but I think they could have won maybe 2 or even 3 if you really want to like look at it in greater detail. So yeah, Crest, they're the better team, and that was what we wanted to see from this matchup, who is actually going to come out ahead. And my dreams are now crushed because I was a big Vite guy.
Arcoli and Choppy definitely crushed those dreams. Even Rento today, it's more of a team effort that we're seeing here. The top 3 really doing the work to bring this game back. Duo, more like trio, but that doesn't really mean much when you're only getting 3 kills. How much is 3 a lot? Depends. And 3 kills is not going to help out when you're trying to pull back into this game. Despite it, big performance on both sides. Could have been a coin toss, really,
yeah.
But apparently can't really play properly that attack, and Arcoli will be the one to take the MVP of this matchup, James.
Yeah, it's funny. In the first half, like after 6 rounds, even though Duo only had 3 kills, and I believe Smiling Cat had 10, I still was going to say that Duo was the MVP of this match. Of course, it very much like you can't just be good at defense. You have to be good at both sides, and that goes for the teams, but also the players as well. And unfortunately, Duo really was not felt on the attacking side. Like, he was meant to be the planter, but that does allow for some playmaking, and it allows for some decision-making. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to deliver, and so the mantle had to be passed over, and Arculi, he was pretty solid on attack for what it was worth, but really on defense, he shone. He was so good, particularly that round as Fenrir. I was really impressed when he was on a roam. He managed to get back to side with his life. He managed to find a 2k Geisha. He managed to go back downstairs and flank for backstairs as well. So great performance from him. You said we needed more out of this guy who's the senior member on the team, Pengu. Well, we did end up getting it.
Yeah, Crest, they did show up. They did, like, individually as a team, etc. I still think Vite kind of outperformed them when it came to the strategical elements of the game. Like, we spoke about the operator lineup, rather, on defense for Vite. They were, like, defender repicking, like you said, against the attackers, always having the perfect answer. Bit of a misplay from Crest, big play from Vite, but I still feel like this roster have so much potential because they have one aspect of the game they're so good at. But today they fell short in their timings on the attacking side, ability to problem solve, and getting inside the building. And Crest, while they also struggled a little bit with those things, they didn't struggle nearly as much, and of course that's why they had the better looking attacks.
When you were talking about Vite there and saying that Vite actually looked better, would you say that maybe Vite's defenses looked better than Crest's defenses, but their attacks looked worse than Crest's attack, and all it needed in the end was one attack round win essentially won the game?
That's exactly what I would say, yeah. That's a good way to put it. I do think that they had a bit for Vite, but as you said, also the worst attacks. And we say this every time, right? You need to be good at playing Siege on both sides. You can be a phenomenal defending team, but you have to be an okay attacking team for that to matter. If you're a great defender team, but a terrible attacking team, you're not gonna win out ever because you just won't win any attacks.
Yeah, it's especially in this current metagame where defenders are having an easier time. It's more like attackers just having a harder time. There's a lot to deal with, and you need to be good on timing. You need to be good on droning, on your communication. All those things need to be on point for you to win every attacking round that you happen to have. And of course, the maps will play a big part of that. But that is game number 1. That's again a hell of a way to kick off this Playday number 4 halfway mark. Already crossed here in the Japan League. But we still have 3 more games to go. Let's take a look at that schedule one more time to get it all in your head. Interforce 36 go up against Scarz, but that is after the break. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to Japan League. Interforce versus Scarz continues our day. See what the future holds in the second matchup of the day. With you is your host, and Marta and Tengu. Right at your line. .tv/Rainbow6.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you so much, Milosh. I'm really glad to be here today with you.
Me too, man. Dad, you're the best, man. I'm so glad we're back today because yesterday was not so good.
I don't know what your accent was.
What
We were
was
both
that?
doing American. Were you trying to do Australian for a second there?
I was just doing something.
No, he's trying to do American. He's the only one of us who lived in America. That's the...
Too
that's
Danish. God damn it.
Anyways, gentlemen, a first game that has broken our minds with that comeback from Crest Gaming. Now we look to Scarz versus Interforce, and let's talk about our rosters. We start off with Scarz, team that all of us consider to be the tippity top. Oh God,
Bless you.
I'm choking. Oh man, that was my impression of Vite of the last. But Scarz, even Pengu, you were saying like this is the team that we consider to be the gold standard in Japan.
Yeah, this is the team that I am not sure anybody in their current state can actually beat. So as we keep saying, it's a matter of how many rounds can they take off of Scarz and how clean can they make it look? Because most teams take 1 or 2. Maybe there's gonna be I think Kinotrope actually took off 3 in the end there, but that's the most people have done so far. So Scarz, they're top dogs. They're great individually. They're great as a team. And look at the statistics, bottom right? 69. Nice.
Nice.
Win rate on defense. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that is very nice from Scarz there. And like you said, they have just looked unbeatable. I think in particular yesterday, what I was saying in the game against Crest, which they won 7-2, was that, look, Scarz, I put them as a 9. I thought they still had room for improvement to get back to where they were maybe a year and a bit ago when they were in Copenhagen. They took down SSG, made it to main stage, took a map off of FaZe. But I actually think this Scarz, at least now domestically, is looking like the best Scarz we've ever seen. Of course, internationally, they have struggled recently, but they did get that big 2-0 win over Wolves at the EWC. In Manchester, it wasn't so great. They're really hoping that they can do a little bit better if they make it to Montreal. But I think that it's going to be hard to imagine these guys not making Montreal at this point. Like, they made quick work of Kinotrope, Farthest Back, and Crest. I honestly think they're probably going to go 7-0 flawless for the group stage, and probably flawless again in the playoffs as well.
Really? Okay. Big statement, but to be honest, I don't really disagree with you. I think the only way Scarz they fall apart is if they start underperforming for whatever reason. But then I'm always thinking, even if they have like a really bad slump, I think just like on an individual player level, I still feel like they would make games very competitive and probably win in the end, even if they were in a team slump. So
Fair enough. Gentlemen, let's move on to their opponents of Interforce 36. And the squad that have kind of improved so far. They've gotten 1 singular point, which I think in stage 1 they only got 2, but that was also off of a very, very odd position. We'll see if they can get deeper, because they only got those points much, much later into the stage. And despite their best efforts, the team just cannot catch a break, James.
Yeah, look, they have had a pretty rough run so far. Like, they've had challenging opponents so far, CAG and Kinotrope. Between those 2 matches, these guys only found 3 rounds, which is a big red flag. However, in their opening game against Exist, now this was a very strange game because we had that crazy rehost from 6-3 down. These guys were. They managed to push overtime, eventually lost. But they did get a point out of that game against Exist. These guys are without a doubt in the bottom 2. Like, that's kind of just where we place them at the moment. It's these guys and Farthest Back, and they may be looking slightly better than Farthest Back at the moment. So we're talking about a bottom 2 team against the team that probably no one in Japan is able to beat in Scarz. This is not going to be a fun time for Interforce. Really, they just have to focus on playing a good game. Like, honestly, forget about the scoreboard. It doesn't matter that it's 1st to 7. Treat this like a scrim. Try to win as many rounds as possible. It does, like, you know, when you play, these days people play like 12-round scrims, and it's like it doesn't end when you get to 7. It just like keeps going until you've played 6 on both sides. That's how I reckon Interforce should really just treat this. Like, just focus on every single round. Doesn't matter what the score is. Just see what we can learn from playing the best team in the region, because they might not get a chance to actually scrim Scarz that often.
That's actually a very good point about the scrim situation. I feel like all of Japan could come together, okay? And what they could do is try and force out as many different maps from Scarz just to mess with them for international upgrade, right? Because if you think you can't take down Scarz in a 1v1 here, just make them sound like, or just make it look like, okay, force them to play every single map, all 9 if possible, right? And then when Scarz go internationally or go best of 3s, it's like, we have shown a lot of different maps and a lot of different strats. We're screwed now. I mean, you could do that because we had a case yesterday where, you know, Scarz, they could have played, well, it's a border twice or whatever, but they actually went to a different map instead. So Scarz obviously are not unhappy to go to different maps. They're keen to show it, but I do have to think to them like, yeah, domestic play is one thing, but if you're Scarz, you're not really worrying about this. You are worrying about Manchester or the Montreal Major. I keep saying Manchester. Worried about the Montreal Major,
Yeah,
because you're supposed to be
it all kind of blends together at some point, especially, you know, both starting with an M. You're thinking, you know, these are the 2 events coming out, both of them with an M in the name. It kind of just sits there. But we're gonna have to see where this game goes deeper, and if we got any players on our head-to-head for this game, and if anything, at least a highlight here, because yeah, there it is. Akusu is on versus Rek. Rek has been incredible to watch, but Akusu's not too shabby either, James.
Yeah, so Akasu, as I've said every Playday so far, he was the #1 player on Vite in last stage, pardon me, and he ended up leaving that team, coming over here to Interforce, and I was a little bit worried about Vite. Obviously, they're doing just fine without him. I was also a little bit worried about Akasu. He seemed like a real hit-and-miss player. Sometimes he would pop off, and sometimes he would do absolutely nothing. He was an all-or-nothing kind of player. And I don't know, I'm starting to see a little bit of consistency, but I would rather have a player that is like 70% all the time, or like a 7 out of 10 all the time, than a player that goes between 9 out of 10 and 4 out of 10. And that's kind of what I'm seeing from Akasu. In like contrast, Rek is like a 9 out of 10 almost every game that he plays. And that just goes to show like the skill difference. And I think a really important thing to highlight, Pengu, as you were kind of alluding to before, Rek and Scarz as a whole, very well organized team, very well balanced. They've got a lot of good team chemistry. They've got really good strats. Like, they come into games very organized, good chemistry. But also just individually, probably almost any player on Scarz is capable of taking a 1v1 with even the best players on every other team. And that just goes to show how much firepower this roster has in Japan.
And that leads me like, where do you want to fight these guys, like map-wise? Like, not to go to the map, but I'm thinking to myself when I hear that, how do you beat them? Because if they got good strats, okay, strat maps are out. Like, let's say Clubhouse Bang, for example. Okay, let's say you go on and take them to a map where you're just gonna frag it out. Like, Coastline, back when I was in the Pro League map, or Current Border, well, they're also good shots. So I just don't know what Scar's weakness is gonna be if you're another Japanese team, because it just feels like they are so far ahead that they are practically unbeatable, and so far in this stage, they have looked unbeatable.
Yeah,
Well, gentlemen, let us take a look at the map for this, because we're definitely leaning towards Rek in this game, and there's a good reason behind it, right? Scarz, how good they are, international experience, and last time these two played in Stage 1, that was a Scarz victory 7-2 on Cafe Dostoevsky. Interforce was slightly different back then, but
yeah,
there were a lot of issues that EF had to deal with. Yeah.
It's true, but they have picked up, like you said, Sylvia and Akasu, 2 former Northeption players. Nina from Scarz is also a former Northeption player. That roster was stacked with talent, and now everyone in Japan League seems to have a former Northeption player on their roster. And it's no doubt been a big upgrade to Interforce's firepower, but I think that's the thing that's different between Interforce and some of the other teams in the league. While they have a little bit of firepower now, I don't think they have the chemistry to really be cohesive enough as a team to start taking it to the mid-pack, let alone the top pack like Scarz.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. As you see, we still have a few minutes before we get into game. The players taking a bit of time, but of course we are the English broadcast of the official Japanese broadcast, so we kind of have to follow the lead in this case. Now, I mean, between the two, looking at the group stage for the entirety of the two teams, I mean, Scarz are way ahead in terms of kills. Some issues to look at here for Interforce. They need to be more, I guess, gallant. I don't even know. Yes. They need to be better. They need to move in, actually commit to cornering certain players, taking them out, because players like Nina, they're not going to give you much space to respond. If he's going to pick up and you're not going to come in with multiple players, with droning, with information, be it on an attack or defense with info, he's going to have a lot of fun taking you down.
Yeah, and Nina is a player I wanted to highlight because we saw how good Rek was. He had a 117 EPS, and that really smashed Akasu on the other side. But Rek isn't even the highest rated player on the team. Nina is, and he is like stupid good. Like stupid good. Above 150 EPS, 25 kills, only 10 deaths, the 2.5 KD, that's ridiculous. Hasn't died once on entry yet. He's so consistent, but he's also been in a lot of entry engagements. He's got 5 kills for it. 79% cost, like, Nina is just unreal. And he's also the newest player to join this roster. Scarz went through a funny situation, like, in the last, I'm going to say 2 years, where they started to become contenders for the best team in Japan. They started overtaking CAG. And then they picked up Rek, who was a really talented player, and suddenly it's like, oh, Scarz aren't just a really well-organized team with good chemistry, and they know how to play the game well, they have really good prep. They also have firepower now. And you know what they did last year, at the end of last year, start of this year, they were also like, you know what, it actually worked really well when we picked up a Northeption player and just upgraded our firepower. Why don't we do that again? So they picked up the best player in Japan, in Nina, and it's just been GG ever since then. I mean, Nina actually played on Northeption at the Copenhagen Major a year and a half ago as well, when Scarz were a really solid team. And Scarz were good enough to qualify for main stage even without him. And if anything, since he's joined the team, we've been surprised that they haven't been able to go further. Obviously, Manchester was a bit of a disappointment. That's why I think this stage is so important for Scarz. We need to see them go deep in Montreal.
And here we are with our map ends. Nick, can you take us through them, please?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I was going to say to myself, I actually think Lair might be a good place to go up against Scarz because it's so new, but it's going to be banned out, you know, first rotation here from Interforce, so F for that. Constantly gone, Lair, Sky, Bang, Labs, Border. And again, this problem is a mixture of strats maps going away and fragging maps going away. There's no clear line here. Clubhouse still up and available, but oh my god, no. I was going to say if you're Interforce, I just don't know if you have what it takes because it requires a little bit of depth, and also Scarz have already shown us that they are a mighty fine clubhouse team as they are on every map they played so far. There it is. Yeah. Last one almost a year ago. Oh boy.
Wowee. Yeah, this is scary. Clubhouse, Interforce are actually on a 7-match loss streak, about to become 8 after this game. So, yeah, this is, in theory, their favorite map. Like, it's Interforce's least banned map. Scar's not their favorite map, but they're still really, really solid on it. We saw what they did to Crest yesterday, 7-2.
Oh, yes.
But, yeah, I mean, Interforce, they're on a 6-map loss streak in general at the moment. And specifically Clubhouse, 7 maps in a row over a very long period of time. This is going to be a rough one, guys. I can't wait to see how this one goes. Because we had 7 rounds in a row from Crest to finish off last game. I think we might see another 7 in a row here, but from Scarz.
No, Interforce is going to take the 7-0. I can feel it in my bones. Anyways, you're not going to have to wait long to get to see that, James, because our game is loading up. Interforce versus Scarz, game number 2 for today's Playday number 4 in Japan League. 92% for Scarz, 8%. This is your vote. Out for the public. We'll see how it goes as we load up. James, Nick, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. This is probably the most one-sided game of the stage coming right up. Potentially Scarz versus Father's Back could give it a run for its money. But look, I don't think, have we seen any 7-0s yet in this league? Because if not, I think we may be about to.
I don't believe we have, right? So it's almost been like 7-1, 7-2, like one-sided matches, but do you think really this might be the biggest gap in the league so far? You're not thinking Father's Back or rather Interforce? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, Scarz versus Interforce or Scarz versus Father's Back going to be the most dominant games of the stage for sure. I just don't know which is which. We get to find out how one-sided this one might be.
All right, Aubrey the bands here. Very, very much out of the norm, actually. The Kali Castle ban here, both teams say, you know what, there are some silly things going on right now, but
Attackers need
I
to
like
locate
this.
and defuse
The one thing that Interforce can do is trying to throw Scarz into unfamiliar territory. Ending up the castle is not like the craziest thing to do in Clubhouse because it's a very commonly played operator like the basement roam, on team defense as well. But it is a place to start, and I don't think it's all too bad. Scarz, however, banning out the Kali, something that I didn't think we would say almost ever. Kali, funny enough, is an operator that gets seen a fair bit, I would say, in Japan over other regions. Sometimes in a clubhouse, and some bank, do a lot of self-destruction for castle barricades, the public builds, of course, the anti-batteries and mute jammers, etc. I didn't really expect that to be played all that much by Interforce on Clubhouse, but I think Scarz is the one that we do in that case. Either way, it's gone. Monty's open, Oryx in play. I love to see the interaction between these two operators. I love it because Oryx is one of the few defenders that can like directly interact and actually outright counter the Monty on those entry engagements. So if Sylvia can be very accurate in his positioning, he might take down Tyus Monty. If not, well, he'll have to fall back or die trying.
Scarz are definitely going to be gunning for the quickest and most effective roam clear, lose no bodies, and get as many kills as possible. That's what you're always looking for. Whether it's possible is another situation entirely. Wow, that was so close to a quick headshot. Really, there are so many nice ways to get angles down to main stairs, and we're seeing both of them exhibited by Washoy. There's a really nice one all the way through several walls and floors to suppress any aggression. So far, really good progress for Scarz. I mean, 1 minute into the round, already hatches open, already full map control. E36 really have not contested much.
No, and to be honest, I don't blame them because, again, what Scarz are known for right now, at least, is how quick and efficient they are. How they make it look so simple what they're doing right now. They're taking full map control, droning, manpower, self-destruction, angle holding. It isn't all that easy. They got a half the round to work with. They got the Monty. They got the Grim. They bound for hatches. They are not missing anything right now. If I wanted to attack Basement Clubhouse, this would be one of the lineups that I would bring myself. Because you have answers for everything. I'm a little bit surprised that Sylvia is not playing inside a good tunnel with the Oryx, because you'd assume Monty goes there. Or even if he doesn't, you know, at least you can rotate out with the keeper barriers. But this, in towards third tunnel, would have thought. So Oryx not going to be enabled. Fish like open and kill. E36 here, falling apart very quickly in this first round.
There is still time for that Oryx to beat this Monty, but I don't think he's going to be in position. Is the Monty backing out again?
Attackers have dropped the
Looks like the Monty's just left. Fishlike's actually gone down and finished off now. Aggressive play by Akasu. This is what we expect out of him. He sees where that Monty's going to. He wants to get really aggressive, get some vert potentially. I mean, I like this from Akasu. He's getting very active, but it's a form of desperation, really.
Yeah. It's plan B, plan C, yellow pinks coming out. It's a crossfire there. No, it's not. Just gets swung, actually. Scarz, they dropped the hatch, but they're falling apart, actually.
There was no one covering dirt from the hatch. I mean, that would have been a free kill had they been ready for it. Scar's looking a little bit rough. Nina needs to live up to his MVP name. Here comes the Oryx. Akasu's taken down Nina. A nigh flawless round. And Akasu claims both of the final kills. No 7 in a row for Scarz, at least not yet. Interforce are here to play.
Okay, maybe we're gonna have a game on our hands, actually. Scarz, of course, we keep saying how good they are, but let's be honest, they cannot underestimate anybody, because that is how you're gonna start losing those couple of rounds, and you might start tilting, and then with that, you can actually start losing matches or losing games. So I think they should take this serious. I think they are taking it serious. But that very first round, the first half of it, was way too easy. And I don't know if they let go of that gas and just kind of say, oh, okay, you know what, we don't have to work so hard for this one. They do, okay? But the Monty's open. Fuse is being shot right now by Nina. Not sure if he's going to stake it, of course. We got a bit of a pulse going on right now. But bomb site-wise, interesting basement first start there. They've, like, kind of, they didn't fake the roam, but they certainly didn't commit to it either. And then Oryx not playing so that third tunnel, big surprise to me, but they still make it work. And more importantly, they won their individual gunfights against Scarz, who we keep praising for their prowess in the fights themselves. So Interforce, great first start.
Well, I'm glad that it was Akasu that sprung to life in that round because we talked about him a lot in the pre-show, right? And what I said was he's a player that can sometimes be a 9 and sometimes be a 4. And in that round, he was a 9. He got, what, 3-4 kills in that round, I think it was? And Scarz, Scarz looked really rough with that happening. But yeah, we got a little tech pause here while we just get back into the game. But yeah, I mean, this could be cause for concern. It's very early days, but that is one of the worst rounds we've seen from Scarz this stage, right? Like, they don't lose many rounds, and when they do, they usually look better than that.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay though, right? Like, they'll bounce back, they got the experience, know what it takes to win, etc. I would only really start getting worried if this happens like 3 times, or maybe 2 times at least, so to speak, because one round, everyone's allowed one. We always say that, right? Like, you can mess up, you can throw, you can do whatever. And what better round to lose than the opening round where you're just getting into the swing of things, you're not super into it, you're not warmed up fully either, you're feeling out your opponent, because I think if you're Scarz, I don't think you expected that performance from Interforce, the aggression, the confidence, etc., the adaptation in the mid-rounds. So, I think now, okay, game time, serious. They're gonna be a good team right now. Let's shut them down round 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on.
Well, let's get back into it. No, let's look at some replays. So here's where a lot of those 1v1s went down. I mean, Scarz just didn't have a lot going for them. Almost all of these players were caught doing something a bit silly when they died there. I love that reaction.
This one right here, though, where the castle ban really comes into effect, that connector, master bedroom, and gym window will not be castle barricaded. It makes bandit tricking much more difficult. It makes the bomb slide coverage much more difficult. I think what it really comes down to is the Asami player of the team, so Kusu in this case, has to be very awake on where to put down those key barriers. Typically, you never put them on the windows or coverage because of those castle barricades, like I mentioned earlier. You put them on soft walls, or to create, you know, a barrier in the middle of a building, or middle of a room rather, for example. But now you might have to keep one in pocket to keep it off a window to cover a run back, for example. Otherwise, might get picked off in the cutoff. Saw Sylvia in bottom garage pits looking for a sneaky angle across the catwalk staircase. Oh, the bandit is here. Does he hear it? Take. Nope, does not hear it. We get popped, we can fall back. No spare reinforcements. There will be a rotate towards bathroom the entirety of this round. Didn't even need the gym window being opened up, actually. Just risked it for the biscuit. And it paid off. Scarz kind of cutting corners here, but it didn't get punished.
I know this is going back to something in the op-ban phase, but that Capitao is such a cheeky one. Very rarely do you see Capitao banned out, but Scarz love it. Like, we always see Washoy on that operator. They know how to use it so well. So I like that it does throw a spanner in the works. Speaking of throwing things out, goodbye to some of those Selmas from Scarz. Man, bandit juggling is back in meta. I tell you what, I've seen more bandit juggling in the last 2 weeks of BR6 Stage 2 than I reckon I have in the last 2 years.
It's been a lot, that's for sure. And I'm not entirely certain why that is, but it's just one of those meta things where, okay, no one's playing bandit lately, so teams will struggle against it. We're gonna start playing it, and guess what? Teams are again struggling against it. Scarz, they're not downstairs with the block. Now they are, but they weren't before. So finally they can get clean, like, rid of the bandit batteries. Tayu, C4 goes out behind him. Careful now, bandit injured on the ground as well. Great problem solving here from Scarz.
Yeah, and Washoy's found his first one as well. He's been down below getting vert from stock, and he does find his kill from that position. Now, poor Yamada is in a real world of pain. Multiple crossfires against him, and Washoy comes up the stairs to finish him off. Great distractions from Scarz. Sylvia is forced back. Akasu does find one. This guy is relentless. A jump out the master window finds something for him. Really, E36 need to try and bait that Monty in, and Sylvia needs to dash him down.
Oh, well, doesn't get baited in, just dies actually, but still Sylvia in a great position. Has to keep on the window as well. Gonna get spotted and shot down. 1v3 for Vanish here.
At least he's taking out the Monty. Never mind, he's down to wreck. Scarz do recompose. That was a much nicer round from them. Everything from the get-go, looking in for the vertical game from Washoy below, the pressure from the Monty, they knew how to nail that one down, and they did a good job.
Here's how often we'll see the Monty though. With the Capital ban especially, for a CCTV attack, normally you take Capital, take Catwalk Rafters. If not, you're kind of forced to go Master Bedroom Connector. The Monty though, you can kind of take Catwalk in a different manner. Just walk up extended, melee the Catwalk player of course, and take map control. The Scarz, it was a bit of a slow start there with Rashoy getting downstairs, but once she was doing the bug vertical, the round turned extremely quickly in the favor of the attack. With the Capital ban also, you should see a higher preference of the CCTV bomb site because it's very hard to defend. It's not... I want to say it's too common. I feel like bar doesn't get seen enough, and CC gets played too high of a frequency because it's so undefendable. CC Catwalk requires you to ban Monty and Capital just to have like a fair chance. The second you lose Catwalk, you lose the round basically in the majority of the time. I don't see much innovation. I don't see any different win conditions on defense, and I'm surprised that bar just doesn't get all that much played, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to be looking at Rafters this round. There is no Monty, by the way, but the Legion was there as a bit of a deterrent. The Melusi can somewhat help, but also the Azami is really good for Catwalk. You got Azami, and of course remembering the nade nerf, which has been in for a while now, but with no Capitao and no cooking nades, it does make it much harder to confirm kills on the players at Rafters. Attempted a bandit juggle from Take, but really nice work from Rek and the squad to use that concussion from the Zephyr to cancel the bandit juggle animation. That's an old classic. I mean, we've been doing that since 2019. And yet it still works a charm. Teams like Scarz have it down pat.
The thing I love about Clubhouse is that there's so many different ways to problem solve these basic elements. Bandit juggling is going to be a Ash box Sophia below, Sophia stone the EMPs, Capital fire, it'll be a nade from the window. We have so many different unique ways to go about it. Maverick as well, of course. Not really being played all that often right now, I would say, but certainly could be. And different teams will get to express themselves in what they prefer. Summer Charge going out, I think it's shot from top red. Yeah, it did. If you put a Flourish drone top red and Stelma it again, you might get the wall up top actually, but that was a Summer Charge, so it's not going to happen. So, going Catwalk Rafters with this attacker lineup, I think is a mistake. No Grim, no Capital, no Monty. I don't really know how you're going to be expected to kill the Catwalk player consistently. All these Gumans pop. What's going on?
What? They're
the
rushing into sight, it seems. The player is now coming up red from the attack as well. Take is found here. Scarz just decided to press the go button. They sent it on the side. They said, look, yeah, we might not have the util to execute Rafters, but we can just send it in. Now there's a mirror window for Nina. He can protect against pressure from Con. He goes for the wide swing. There's also a player below. Washo needs to find a safe haven for the plant. Akasu on the flank taken out. Nina's in such a powerful position here, playing at top red, and Washo has held onto his position as well. Continuing that plant time and time again, picking up a couple of kills along the way. Really solid from Scarz. These guys have depth, man. Like, they could just flip the switch and go in sight and push.
That round is what we would call a BDS back in the day. It means strategically, you don't really do the right thing, and it looks like you have no way to win the round, and yet you do. The push itself was actually not a bad idea, but they lost 3 players in quick succession in that 2v4, 2v3. But the way they clutched that out is so beautiful. They have a drone bottom mid staircase covering Floris' flank, while showing a Serverag. They got the mirror window. They're in a 2v3, but they look like they're in full control as if they had the man advantage, because they're so efficient at what they're covering with their individual angles and their drones. They had full control because they got the one spot that mattered. They got top red control with the mirror window, overseeing connector door, and a drone both garage catwalk and one bottom mid staircase. They didn't have to worry about dying to bad timings or double pushes. They knew that every single defender was alone and isolated. So really good read from Scarz, despite not winning out strategically. This is again where the individual level shows just how much better they are than other teams in Japan.
Bit of a roam game here from Vanish. Couple of drones taken out. He seems very late to be still doing setup. I wonder if Scarz are going to read this and change their strat. He's had 3 drones taken down already. They must have really been fishing for info in that prep phase.
It's never too late for setup, okay? I play ranked, I play smoke mute. 40 seconds into the phase, I am popping hatches, make it rotate, rotating on the map, because guess what? No one else is playing a shotgun in my stack. So, I respect the effort here. Respect the sticking around, vanish, although it being a little bit risky. This is where the Monty issue comes in. This is the hammer anvil. Monty is the hammer, shoving, 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 shoving. There is no current anvil, nobody in bar from the attack of Scarz. No one cutting off this rotate, nobody kitchen door actually either. But I think if you're Scarz, because you took down a Kuzu earlier, you're happy with them falling back to side and playing 4 versus 5, or 5 versus 4 rather. You've got what you wanted. All you gotta make sure now is no one falls or dies in some silly way. Asami, okay, impact, there we go. Might be a prep C4 on the floor. Is Tayo thinks so. Yeah,
he thinks so. I don't think there is there. I think the prep C4 was actually in master. Maybe I'm wrong. Another impact goes over, but basically no damage is done. And there you go. The vert is opened up. The pressure started to apply to the site. The hatch open. Scarz have done a really solid job now. But time is ticking away. They need to make sure that they use this next minute and 10 seconds effectively.
I just want to see them do an actual execute, because last time it was like 1 player motor door, 1 player blue, 1 player kitchen hat. They were very much spread apart on the map here for Scar's side. I want to see Monty go somewhere decisively with Diffuser, and the team following up. It can be motor door, it can be dirt, it can be kitchen cup, it can be blue. Scars, they have infinite options and possibilities, but they're falling now. An aggressive swing perhaps from Rek. Gets shot down from the DMR of Rooney, or yeah, Rooney actually. Rooney Amaru, always difficult. But equaling back to a 35-second situation. This time though, no toxic babes from Interforce. They can't stop a plan forever, and they only have 1 single C4 left. Okay.
Where's the plant spot going to be? It looks like it's not default. Comes Washoy here. The Monty still has that diffuser, but hasn't gone for a plant yet. The drop from Nina not successful. He was still above, I think, on Vert. What is that? Take's now got another one upstairs. It's all up to Tayo now as Yamada cleans house. Big round from Yamada with that DMR. 3K for him. And another successful defense in the basement for Interforce. They look really solid down under on Clubhouse.
It is Interforce win the round, but what exactly are Scarz trying to accomplish here? The Monty doesn't go with default plan, walks around a bit. People die holding aggressive angles. No one's taking dirt, no one's taking blue, no one's going bottom main. They don't deal with the church wall. They don't even try and plant at all, I don't think, in that round. It Monty's extended the entire time. Great first pick. But after that, I mean, they can't get flanked the main stairs. Despite having a guy fighting bots on main. Stars are having gaps, having vulnerabilities. The Interforce, they are capitalizing on that, that's for sure. And the big thing here is, Interforce are fighting. They are swinging, they are pushing, they are flanking, they are not shy to take a fight. Confidence, definitely on their side. And safe to say, I think Interforce, they have nothing to lose. They're at least playing like they have nothing to lose. And I think they have to keep doing that. Once they start winning, like they keep getting these rounds, I do fear that they might go, guys, we are winning. This is getting kind of weird and uncomfortable, and getting their own heads about it. Keep playing with no fear, and they might actually have a shot at this.
I do love one thing about Scarz that I always come back to is they just always happen to switch around offs. Like, no Capitao, that kind of sucks, right? We love our Capitao. But let's just bring a completely different lineup where we bring 5 operators we've barely brought before this game at all. We've got things like the Deimos, which I'm a huge fan of. I'm loving the Deimos these days. We've got the Maverick so that we can simplify. Maverick's kind of 2 operators in one. You don't need to bring the Thatcher and your Hard Breacher. You guarantee that these walls get opened. Yeah, you're vulnerable to C4s, that's the scary thing. But this is where we test Tayo. How good is he? He baits out that C4, takes a bit of damage, but he's baited it out. The problem is he hasn't gotten the bit at the top, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
He missed the top left. I don't know what he's... Bro.
Or the bottom... This is messy.
I'm pretty sure he missed the top left.
Well, you don't gotta do the full line on top. You can do like the middle line thing. It's a little bit funky sometimes, but if you're a good Maverick player, you can pull it off. I'm curious if they got the wall open. They did now, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Either way, job done. Took half the round, but you know, they got there. Boy bait out 1c4, only leaving one left in pocket. But Scarz are very much holding angles again. They're back to being the ones not controlling the pace, but being controlled rather. They're waiting for a mistake most likely here. Of course, though. Not making any. Oh, Drake is in main stairs. This could be an angle.
Okay. Here comes the shotgun. Akasu is so deadly, but so was Scarz. They find a few big ones. 3 versus 2 now, but there's Yamada. Where has this come from for Yamada? Eventually he goes down.
Uh-oh.
It's all up to Akasu now. Found the opening kill, but he's got to find 2 more. And now he's being tracked by the Deimos. That makes it so awkward. Washoi just has to cover. But he has an idea of where Washoi is as well. The loose nade comes out his direction. Bit of damage as well. But both of the attackers are low HP. He's got a good read on it. Akasu is a very fierce fighter, but Tayo's repositioned and lands the shots onto him. Another really explosive execute from Scarz, and one that works out for them again on the attack.
But it is a little bit messy still, right? I mean, it comes down to a 2v2, turns into a 2v1. The Deimos, though, I mean, that pretty much wins the round for you. In the 2v2, he tracks both the defenders. First, the office player gets that kill, tracks Roma Warden downstairs, gets that kill as well. It's just too easy when you got the Deimos in those particular moments. But the early stage of that execute is still a little bit too messy for me, the usual Scarz. I don't know if the fitness requires this effort, or maybe actually they're trying something quote-unquote new. So expand your strat pool in the middle of a poly game is a great way to go about it. Yeah, they've done this kind of push before, but they're bringing slightly different operators, slightly different timings, and they're still finding success. It's 3-2. It's not as convincing as I think people predicted, but I also think Scarz, when they go on defense, that's probably when they're going to be their strongest. Statistically so far, it has been their better side.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are moving to defuse.
No, would an even half here be a win for Interforce? I feel like with the absolute dismal expectations we set for them, 3-3 would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean it would be the most amount of rounds anyone's taken off Scarz, and only in the first half. How do you not get that kill? It was a great effort. Washoi stays alive, and again, Interforce, they keep fighting. Again, they're not playing like, oh my god, we can't die, we can't do so many deaths, etc. No, they hear an opportunity, they see one, they take it every single time. As I was saying, if they get 3 rounds in the first half, they have tied Kinotrope with the most kills against Scarz so far this stage, but they still have a second half to go. That would be excellent for them as a team, even if they lose. Progress is progress.
That's one way to deal with the mirror window. Eventually the thermite goes out. It's still really awkward to do that. Oh, Vanish has gone down, but so is Nina. And Vanish is going to get picked up again. I don't know how they managed to pull that one off. Akasu's on fire today. Seriously. Like, this guy has absolutely no fear. You said it. Interforce are not afraid of taking the fight to Scarz, and we're seeing it pay off in dividends for them. Akasu's still getting aggressive here. Like, he's not scared. He's not falling back. He's not like, oh, we got the advantage. I can just consolidate from here. No, he's going to keep up that pressure.
Been praising him for a long time, and he wasn't being too nice to you because he didn't have the best performances, but now your faith has been restored and rewarded as well for believing in him. Just waiting. Washoi is tapping with the door, making noise, I guess. Rekt, look in the window. Again, Scarz are fishing, not problem solvers, but somehow, again, they found 2 kills out of nowhere.
Every now and then, a little bit of patience. Superior gunplay will get Scarz the kills. Now Akasu's dead. Still winnable now for Interforce. A minute left. 1 player trailing behind. Here comes the breach. Tayo's got that diffuser. He's dropped it inside and gone outside. Done a little bit of a looky-loo there. Here comes a peek from Yamada. Yamada's also been fragging out today for one of the lowest rated players in the league. He's doing very well for himself, and Washoi's gone taken down. Interforce have the read. They know that they have to play aggressive. They have to keep on peeking, and it's working for Sylvia, but not the second time. A re-swing now from Take, but I think Scarz have finally read it down. All up to Yamada. C4 comes over. There's 1. 2 more to find. Looking the wrong way and has to reload. Oh, valiant effort from Interforce. They almost got the 3-3 half they were looking for. But Scarz eventually overcome, put them down. And they will move on to their defense at a 4-2 split.
Interforce might have like overdone it basically. If they're aggressive on gym side, they got a pick, then they get punished. They do an aggressive play, Garrett's door, they get a kill onto a shard, they get rewarded. But then they keep on swinging in the 3-on-3. Mind you, they have the mirror window,
Oh,
which might have been
that's
dealt
what
with in the
happened.
tail end. Ah, the crossfires there, yeah. And then this. So this right here, 3-on-3. They're chilling. This swing doesn't need to happen. The catwalk player doesn't need to swing either. You have top red, you have radio door, and you have catwalk control. You have like a double crossfire no matter what way it goes, and you just killed the main breach player from Scarz. That was a Sophia Washoy. So they had no reason at that point, I think, to keep aggressing forward. They had to kind of read, okay, when are we in a strong position and we don't need to swing? And when are we kind of desperate and swinging is like the best option that we have?
Left.
Either way, it was working so well for them. They thought, you know what, let's keep doing it. It's going to keep on working. It didn't, and it's what it is. Now, side swap. Can they problem solve it on the attacking side? Monty we saw from the Scarz. First round, Take also going to be on that operator. Scarz love to roam. Love to play aggressive. Reg Boss G happens every game they play, and he usually gets a headshot one tap. Captain traps as well. And they will make Interforce work so much harder for this roam clear, I bet you. Because they're not going to fall back that quickly usually. Reg will fight for his life in strips sometimes. And they have a player top floor as well, who will try and roam for as long as possible. Scarz, they do not give up ground for free, at least not in the previous games.
That's the thing, they have such confidence in their site players they don't need to. Fishlike dies early. I don't actually know where that was. Was that in Garage? Very early pick to go down. At least it's the Capcan, so no util lost. Perhaps a C4, that's a bit unfortunate. It does mean that there's someone now can be on cameras. We've got 2 players on cams now, Washoy and Fishlike, that can hopefully support Rek and Nina for some extra information. Nina really needs to play just to fall off here, but Rek might actually be able to play to die. Problem is, if he gets that Monty hunting towards him, it's going to be very hard for him to take him down.
Tayo taking damage as well. Not sure in the exact approach right now, but they haven't drawn that Reg, I don't believe. They fall back with that push. I'm not sure. I count 3 players so far. I think Reg is in the roam upstairs. They got blue control. Agosu's downstairs already.
Ooh,
Oh,
dies to Rek though, who somehow snuck back to site with the Boss G and found one. Washoy has also re-aggressed and retaken blue control. Take spotted. Not enough progress though from E36, and while Scarz do have some players low HP, they've managed to fall back to site and really fortify their positions now. This Monty has to be used perfectly. Otherwise, I just don't see any way Interforce get back into this.
thing is, they have no real utility. Monty had hard breach canisters. Ace got the soft breaching charges. Someone gets an ADS kill, traded right back though, 2v3. But no smokes, only 3 flashbangs. And it's just to go big here because he's good for 1 so far.
Yeah, this is actually quite winnable. Especially with that Monty, they have to reposition, go together. Nice flash, might cover the position. Is there potential for a plant? Wow, the Monty's not the one planting. The Monty has to cover. That's very dangerous. And Washoy and Tayo together, they will retake and confirm another defense now for Scarz. Looking dangerous here on Clubhouse. I think the momentum we saw Interforce grasp in the first half is starting to slip away.
It almost feels like the Monty is actually a bad thing for both of these 2 teams because they're playing on 2 different speeds. You had Akusu downstairs in blue, very aggressive, very much alone. You had Monty breaching blue hatch, walking out in bar, extended, looking around. I think Interforce and Scarz have the same problem. You have a player who's playing Monty. Monty player is thriving, doing good, he's staying alive. The team isn't necessarily playing around the Monty operator as a full-on squad. Like, look at here in 2v2. Why is Vanish the one planting? Just to get off the plant when things get dire. And why is he playing as one when he just got shot from like AK straight ahead? You give the view to Monty, he goes in and plants, Vanish can cover, you're gonna be maybe okay. Or you take the Monty, you push through the bomb site and try and isolate and try and get a kill to a 2 versus 1. Because 3-2s is, they are risky, so when planting for 7 seconds, it's a 1v2 effectively. So, I think get off the Monty, get 5 guns, play more together. I don't think the team understands fully how to play around that particular operator. It's actually causing issues to the team more than it helps.
Almost as if they're listening, Nick. They're actually going to get rid of the Monty straight away. Funnily enough, the shield is still in the server, just on the defense. Tayo's now brought Clash. Yeah, and that does scare me, especially with how good Clash was earlier today for Vite on Duo on Skyscraper. And if E36 want to rely on aggressive plays, then that's exactly what the Clash counters.
Yeah, and you got Capital Band, and Clash can play Catwalk. There is no way you're gonna kill a Clash with this attack and lineup on Catwalk rafters. When it's like a Forest Drone shenanigan happens. Nuke though, Sylvia. And you Nuke got reworked, so to speak, a little bit a while ago. The footsteps are no longer more silent when this happens with the gadget. And your mind spots him out. He gets fired. Oh, you can try your best, but you don't drone out those staircases. You might fall to a Fenrir mine, Lucy Banshee, and that's all it takes, because that's what Nick does. You sneak around. When you get spotted, well, you tend to die.
So well played by Fishlike as well. He was actively watching Logi hatch, so he knew he could keep his Dread Mine active behind him to cover his back. And Washoy also covering his. He times that perfectly, and his teammate peeks the player that was on his window. Scarz looking very solid now, 5v2. They still have the Clash up. The site is pretty much untouched. Interforce now desperately trying to grasp it. Straws, I don't know what the intention is there for Take, but nothing is going to be found. All up to Yamada. They know where he is. They're going to swing for him. Big kill from Rek to lock in the round for Scarz. And after what seemed like a really strong start for Interforce, Scarz already have match point.
And this is more like the Scarz that we know and love. They are in full control again. And this is just their classic defense, where they can over-aggress, they can go for the swings. But I think they do a really good job at playing good kind of counter utility. Like, the Fenrir was a genius pick in that round. It's the perfect counter to exactly what Interforce, what they had to do. It covers the roam, it can cover side, Lucy would have done the same thing. And it's just one of those things where, okay, Interforce, they got a strat, they're cooking, they're gonna catch it by surprise. Guess what? Fenrir mine, you die. Nuke, 0 value in that round. And once you lose that first kind of player, it's common that you try and go for broke because the first strat didn't work, and now you spend so much time trying to go for that crouch walk play all the way from strip up to the main stairs. You have to try and send it down the hatch, go into the windows, get something going, because you feel very locked out in the server, both on soft destruction and hard destruction.
And I think this is way too late for Interforce to be taking their tactical timeout. Let's be real. At 2-6 down, But what is their way back into it? Because you said their way back into it was riding like this, except for the Fenrir, right? So what is it now? What have they talked about in that tactical timeout?
Yeah, it's tough because I don't think Monty was the solution. They try but not the... Okay, no. This is it. They have to go back to basics. We're talking execute. Like, hard breach the walls. Like, so let's do the gym defense here. Go CC, reach CC wall, clear cache. You know, you do like connect the office, window situation. Just go for a default take, I think. Because right now, you need things to be as understandable and as logical as possible. 1v1, you lose the Scarz. In terms of the flashy plays, you also lose the Scarz. So don't keep it flashy. Just keep it simple and boring and try and challenge them in the 3-2-1s, the ABCs, etc. Because if Scarz are playing so aggressive into you, hold angles, play passive, have flank drones, you might get a pick or two. And once you build that man advantage, if you're doing a default take, you'll find yourself playing pretty close together. So falling apart individually becomes much more difficult. Spawns are doing something else. They're going 3 guys to Kusi, 1 guy on the windows. Here, fishing for a kill for the wall bang. Trying to maybe shoot on the door in case of bandit battery. Should expect third amount of ace on Jacuzzi in the second. Here's probably in that first wall. But I don't know where they go from there.
Yeah, there's a temptation whenever you're down and you're versing a better team than you to just try and cheese it.
Rush.
And yeah, I think that might be the idea here. You're saying they should do the opposite. They should play it slow. You've got 4 players here on Jacuzzi Balk. There comes the adrenal surge from Finka. No one's actually rushing in.
But there are 3-4 guys there. Just looking at the breach now.
What's the intention?
So,
I mean,
You want to deal with the
Here to
mirror
deal
first, I
with.
guess?
Hey, Nina is looking
Yeah?
aggressive here. He's going to swing the balcony and find Vanish. I don't know what
the
the plan
Selma!
was, but it's down. He doesn't have time to shoot the Selma seemingly, but doesn't seem to matter. Another Selma comes out. And the mirror window is destroyed, but that might not matter. As you can see, Tayo is still holding onto the position.
So, they did jacuzzi breach, the bathroom breach, and then now they're gonna rotate. It's not a bad idea, but they did lose Vanish in the midst of that because of the swing out from Nina. Now they're gonna take roam control. You see Ash in the breach of CCTV. Droning. They should have a yellow ping here. 50-50. Woo!
Nice. Yeah, Rek nearly won that though. It just goes to show how talented he is. Crosshair placement was almost perfect. His reaction time as well was really solid. Take is getting very aggressive about it. They've reinforced over connector now. Aggressive push in from Take. He looks for something, doesn't find it. 4 versus 4 is winnable here, and we still have Sylvia as well outside the breach. Take has gone down though, and there's no trade. Washoe has re-aggressed, retaken his position. He's looking for more, jumping out again. Akasu's low HP. And with Fishlike on the clash as well, Scarz are in such a solid position. Nina finally takes down Sylvia outside the breach. And another. Why not? All up to Akasu. And the game is done. The game is dusted. Interforce looked good for a brief moment. But Scarz never let them into that game, especially not in the second half. They are the best team in this region for a very good reason. Scarz 7-2 over Interforce, continuing their flawless run through the Japan League.
I am curious if Scarz are not really trying all that hard on their attacking side because they think they might not have to, and to be honest, they don't really have to. They can mess about, they can make some mistakes because whenever defense side comes around, no one can challenge them. Doesn't matter if it's Bank or if it's Clubhouse, when side swap comes through, it just is game over, it's curtains. And it's just that sheer aggression and the way that they play the game with so much confidence and always seem to find a gap on towards the attackers every single time. On top of that, put a Clash in there, even if they lose numbers advantage, Clash can knock the bombs out at least and keep people safe. So, Scarz, yep, they look like they are back to their usual form on defense.
Yeah. Oh, we got excited for a very brief moment, but it was not to be for Interforce. They had their work cut out for them, and Scarz chop and dried. Very nice and easy for them, and we'll break it down in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. We thought at the beginning that the script had been flipped and that Interforce would have a way to enter into the building itself, or the clubhouse itself and the bar. However, that was not to be. Getting to the second half, Scarz really took them down, and it was Wishoy that was definitely active. I'm going to spoil the MVP of the matchup. It has to be Wishoy at the end of it. No two ways around it. Rec played decently today, but it's just on another level. Scarz living up to expectations, Nick?
I mean, yes, but also no. I actually was quite disappointed in their first couple of rounds, especially their basement attacks. Like Scarz, I want to just like cope and say they didn't care all that much. They didn't try that hard because they didn't have to. They knew that they just need like 1 or 2 attacks. Worst case scenario, they're always on defense. Because they looked like they didn't know what their overall plan was in the attacking side. Almost like they were trying to wing it like a ranked stack 5-man. Not trying to show off any strats for future VODs for best of 3s, international play. And I might be wrong about that. Maybe they were in fact trying. Maybe there was a plan in play. But I genuinely could not see it myself when I was trying to figure it out.
Yeah. I would agree. Honestly, if you just erase the 2 rounds attacking basement, Scarz were pretty solid. I know it's easy to say, oh yeah, just take away the 2 rounds that they lost and they look great. But it's more so like the way that those rounds played out. Scarz didn't have very good attacks at the basement. And the first minute of the rounds were great. Like they were really quick on the roam clear. They looked very organized. But those executes have a lot to be desired. They need a lot of work there. But outside of that, yeah, great game from Scarz. I was honestly impressed by Akasu. Obviously a big hitter player, but he showed absolutely no fear today. And I have been critical of him in the past and said he's had a couple of quiet games. Same thing with Yamada as well. I was really pleasantly surprised today. I haven't seen much from Yamada this stage at all. And he really turned up. But alas, 'tis the season. 'Tis the killing season when you play against Scarz. So it's never going to be easy.
It's a tough fight. It's a tough fight no matter how you look at it for anybody facing up against Scarz. And yes, we have reservations about that attack on Church and Basement. That has to be worked out or worked on. But in general, a victory nonetheless. Their MVP of the game, sorry, I already spoiled it. It's pretty clear. It's pronounced Wishoy. I'm going to keep saying it every time we get on broadcast. I know it's not easy. Some pro gamers have really terrible names, at least the way to pronounce them, but it's Wishoy. And today, he was everywhere on the map.
Wuxio? I mean, that's the player name?
Wuxio 1. Yeah.
Wuxio 1, yeah.
He deserves it. Like the stats are one thing, but you're right. Like he was applying pressure everywhere on the server. When Scarz find themselves down a player, often one of the first guys will swing as well out to equalize. And that's the thing. There's always someone who goes absolutely nuclear from the side of Scarz. It can be Rec, it can be Nina, it can be so it can be anybody. But usually when somebody pops off, it's not with someone else not doing well. It's everyone's doing equal to doing like an okay game and a pop-off player. So they're never they're never compensating for a bad performance. They're having normal performances with a star player. And because it's a different player every single time, it's not like, oh, shut down Nina, we're fine. Shut down Reckon, we're fine. It's someone else every goddamn time. I think that's what's so hard about Scarz. There's no clear way to deal with them and counter them. You just have to be a 1-for-1 better team with 1-to-1 better players, and that is so hard to come by. It's why Scarz always go international. It's why even internationally people respect them so much.
We're expecting them to be there. We're expecting them to be in Montreal. This is kind of just a formality, right?
Let's be honest. Like, there's no conversation. This team is going to Montreal. It would be the biggest upset if they don't go to Montreal. My question is actually not, are they going to go to Montreal? I also don't really care if these guys go flawless in this stage. Like, we've seen that they are capable of beating everyone in this league. Obviously, they haven't played CAG yet, but I think we're 100% confident, especially if we get into BO3s where they'll be even more favored. The question remains about Scarz. When are we going to finally see them have a splash on the international stage? And unfortunately, that's not an answer we're going to get until we see them play in Montreal.
Yeah, it always seems we have to wait until that international experience, because EWC did not look that good for the team, to be honest.
Not that good.
Yeah. I'm just trying to keep it real, you know. It's always
you are
important. But coming up next, the second-rated team in the region, at least if we're just looking at the history of it, Cyclops Athlete Gaming takes on Father's Back. For that, we'll be back in a bit.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tulips in it. And I boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. And I boss like communist.
Welcome back, everybody. We are set and ready to go for game and so far. Those are our ears if you don't want any spoilers. Crest Gaming and Scarz victorious in their matchup. Crest coming back against Vite 7 rounds in a row. Scarz taking down Interforce after EF36 were able to grab 2 rounds themselves on the first half. The Scarz just kind of followed up and made it 7 for their victory. CAG and Father's Back now go against one another. Now, you could have seen this as kind of the top versus the bottom of the league, and it's not technically that because CAG are number 2 in the league. That's kind of where it stands right now. Father's Back up against a hill. Let's talk about Father's Back first here because they have not been able to collect a point so far in the first 3 days. Now, this being the 4th here in the Japan League, still suck at 0, Nick.
Yeah.
I just saw the injury stat line there.
Yeah.
5 and 22. I didn't realize it was this bad.
That's
I'll
really
be honest. Yeah, that's really bad.
That's really
That's
bad.
a
Brilliant analysis as always.
No, it's just like so we obviously all know that Father's Back, they've had a tough time recently, or
Yeah.
especially this stage. but I didn't realize the depth that it was actually going to from like an overall perspective. Now, we do the games one by one, you see them look better that day, look worse that day, they got a couple of rounds, okay, now they're getting destroyed, whatever. But the overall story is that the consistency problem lies very much in the same area, which is in the early stages of the round. They play almost 4v5 every single round from the get-go. That's not great.
Yeah, it's a really rough start here for Fathers Back. If the first game was the first place team versus the second last team, this game is the second first place team versus the last place team. And of course, Fathers Back are currently sitting in 0 points. They haven't had a great start. They really dominantly lost to both Crest and Scarz. They got 3 rounds off Kinotrope, but even that wasn't too great. Kinotrope looked very much in control of that game. These guys have not had a lot of claims to fame. If there's anything that can be said for Fathers Back, at least historically, they did actually get a couple of solid wins in Stage 1. They ended up on 9 points. They were actually ahead of Crest and Interforce, which meant that Crest didn't even make the playoffs, which was a huge surprise. But of course, when it came to playoffs, when it came to BO3s, Fathers Back had absolutely no luck. As you can see in those LCQs, they didn't do too great. They did beat Realize, but Realize isn't even a Japan League team. So Fathers Back, of course, just looking for one step at a time, road to redemption. What would be a nice start? Getting at least a point on the board.
Yeah, those two things to say is that, first of all, the team that you had in Stage 1 and Stage 2, they're not completely the same. Number two, the only wins that Fathers Back have been able to collect are against Tier 2 Japanese teams that play more in Nationals, but not really in pro play. So this is more of open qualifier wins. Is it good? Yes. Does it bode well for the future? No. But the roster is different than what you had seen in Stage 1. Though, let's talk about their opponents, which I guess in this case we'll have a bit more to talk about because Cyclops Athlete Gaming, we're expecting them to be at the tippity top, and they are currently set in the number 2 spot in the league, following their loss in the opening day of the league, the opening game even, 7-3 versus Vite, or whatever the hell you want to call it here. We expected them to gather every single point. Today might just be another day at the office, Nick.
Yeah, I think for CAG, what we're kind of seeing with them is that they're kind of ramping up over time, doing better and better. And I think if they can keep that same trajectory, that'll be best case scenario for them. Because the very final Playday on September 29th is going to be CAG versus Scarz. That's when you need CAG at their absolute peak if they're going to challenge for like first spot here in groups. Of course, for CAG versus Scarz, we're also going to talk best of 3s in the further runs. But I still think it's a bit of a, you want to fight for that, number 1 title, because I think it should matter between those two teams, because they deserve to be there. It's their crown to conquer, and they have to both go for it. I don't want to see Scarz just take it every single time, for example, or CAG not fighting back. So if they can keep it up, they can fight for it.
There's definitely a chance that CAG could give it a fight to Scarz, especially like you said, if they have the whole stage to get ready for it. We know what this team's capable of. You can see at the Manchester Major, they beat E1. They took a map off of BDS, eventual grand finalists of the event. They also beat Team Cruelty and GK. So a couple of big wins over international teams. They haven't just got experience in the Japanese region. They also almost took a map off of Bleed, which is nothing to scoff at as well. They're the best team out of Asia. CAG are looking like potential upsetters. We even saw in the EWC quals, they got a map off of Scarz. So these guys are definitely not just in conversation for Montreal, they're more than that. They're probably the favorites to be the runners-up in this league. If there's a chance that they could actually contest for the throne of the Kings of Japan that Scarz has now held for about 2 years, that would be huge for these guys. But they made roster changes at the start of the year. They've looked really solid since then. It's just about consistency. And I think a win against Fathers Back here would say a lot, because funnily enough, these guys lost to Fathers Back in Stage 1. I know, that sounds kind of crazy, but it was one of Fathers Back's only 3 wins that they got. They beat Interforce, they beat CAG, and they beat Exist, and that's exactly what we can see on this head-to-head. Even in the playoffs, when they rematched, it was a close game, at least reasonably. A 7-5 on Clubhouse there is not a one-sided story. So CAG getting a win under their belt here would be very, very nice, and just keep that momentum rolling.
So I would like to talk about our map for the series. If we don't have anybody to highlight, I'd give that space to our wonderful producer to kind of go through, however they feel like.
We will.
Yeah, V-Board and Shureep. James, why these two players? Because there's a massive discrepancy that's definitely going Sharip's way.
Yeah. So the lowest survival rate players on these teams, and it really just goes to show the difference. Of course, it's much easier to survive rounds when you don't die. Who would have thought? Like, it's much easier to survive rounds when you don't lose the round as well. And in terms of round win rate, like CAG, of course, just are winning way more rounds, so they're naturally going to have higher survivals. But yeah, players like Vite really need to be careful, because that's a bit of a red flag. They're only surviving 4% of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, 4% again. If you look at Father's back stat earlier about the entry duels, this kind of also explains, like, V-Board probably falls better because 1 and 7 on his individual level, he dies way too often, way too early. And look at these operators right now on the bottom of the screen, right? Ace and Warden. These are not operators that you want to see die with early either, because it's heart-breaching, which you gotta get done, of course, every single round. And Warden, you ideally want to have for the bomb site execute. And we know, look at the Fatherback's games, they don't lose late in the round. They don't lose Warden in a 1v5 or in the 5v5 executes. They lose Warden first or second, and that makes the execute so much harder to survive for Father's back on defense.
Well, as we get into the map, Vito, I'm very curious to see what we end up going to, because recently we have seen these guys play on Clubhouse, Chalet, and Cafe. Cafe's been taken out, but Club and Chalet are both still in as we head towards the last 3 bands. I'm a bit disappointed not to see Lair. We're still yet to see it. It ends up being Club.
So this
is... Yeah, I know, another Club. This is the map that we saw these guys play in the best of 3 in the playoffs last time, in the 5th place match. And, of course, CAG ended up winning that 7-5. So this is reasonably close. Reasonably close, because you got to consider, like, Father's back, not a team would usually expect to get 5 rounds off of CAG. But that said, of course, we did see CAG play this map yesterday against Exist, and they looked insanely good. They got a 7-2 win in that match, and we saw Father's back play it in Playday 1 against Crest. They got 7-2. So I do think that that CAG really have kind of won the veto here, but naturally we're just going to think that on any map.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for CAG that as long as they can avoid Skyscraper, Cafe, and Lair, I thought they're going to be okay, and it did just that. Now just got to show us if they can be consistent, like you mentioned earlier, James. Consistency is king. It is key. To do it here, it's going to bode well for the future.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to let you get into this. Again, another club. If anything we can get out of this is that we get to compare how does Scarz play club versus CAG on the other end, setting up their eventual matchup in the league. But please, I'll let you go to it. Devmara Pengu, take it away.
Thank you. 89-11. Another really one-sided game. This one does feel right. It feels like even though Father's back beat CAG in stage 1, that must have been a fluke. Like, surely that won't happen again here.
Not just that, but I think recency bias is always a big deal. And looking at the current trend of CAG and Father's back, there is just no chance you would think that Father's back can take a map off CAG, regardless of what the past says. That's because they've had, as we saw in the statistics, really poor early stages of the round. And when Father's back lose the first player or two, they tend to go to plan set. They say, let's just run it in, falling apart, fish for kills. They lose all their cohesion and they lose all their fundamentals. Whereas you see a team like Scarz or CAG, the more experienced ones, they'll lose a player or two and go to plan B. And if plan B doesn't work, they have a plan C. They don't have to go all the way to like the doomsday, oh no, we're lost, like let's just give up and try something crazy. They have other options in their problem solving abilities. Bounce back, they're on the attacking side. It's not gonna be easy for them, I'll be honest. CAG, much like Scarz, they'll fight for the roam, they'll fight for map control, and they won't just give you things for absolutely free. So we need to take a close look at Father's ability to just stay alive for the first 1 minute 30 seconds on the attack. Ideally come out either with a kill, with full, or like more or less full map control in that first 1.5 minutes. Either we'll have not enough time to go too slow, or not enough bodies. And look at the attacker lineup, right? You can't afford to lose that many people. Maybe Sledge or maybe Bug, because they kind of substitute each other. Lose the Sledge, you got the buff for self-destruction. But if you lose 2 players on this attack and roster, you're going to be missing a crucial part of your execute later on this round.
Well, Father's Back haven't died yet, so that's a good start.
It's
40
only been
seconds into
40
the
seconds.
I'm taking what wins I can get. This is a really gnarly 2-floor angle, by the way. And it finds a kill! I never expected that to work. Surely not an actual kill. That is disgusting. Well, it took 55 seconds for Father's Back to lose the opening engagement. But there it is. Could it be more? Shiraneko can find something on this roam.
Can't afford another. As I said, they can lose the bug, they still got the sledge. If they lose both, they have no self-destruction. Nate, drone goes out. That's gonna kill the drone, though. Now he doesn't have a drone. Also stops the sound from working for Shiraneko, though. They're both just holding ankles. The thing is, defenders always win here. The more time you're burning, the better you're off. Sledge, number 2, holding the drone hole. I think they're both... Oh, there we go. Okay, something was happening. Howard's on flank downstairs. Shiraneko did not hear that, in fact, and to get that pick. Look at this from Shuri. He's hiding in bar. Because time is taken so far down, I think Fastback, they can safely assume that, oh, you know, they're gonna fall back to side. We got the pick there. It's 4v4. They're not gonna have anybody roaming. And let's be honest, who's gonna drone that corner? Jurib should be good for one. Oh, it's castled off. That's even better for him, actually. Let's go through bar now.
Yeah, that castle barricade potentially opens this up. Here comes the sledgehammer. Oh no, he didn't confirm the kill. He does get it eventually. Traded back, but that is still a win for CAG. Burning time, burning manpower. How the X has found Chibisu. 2 versus 3 now. Can Father's Back seriously win their first church attack? Maybe not if Black Ray has anything to say about it.
They had a yellow ping on Black Ray. They should have known he was pushing it. Maybe outdated information. Maybe just said, you know, why would he go for that swing? If I pop, 10 seconds left. Small breach injury here. Crouch phone angle. Not ideal, but can work. Gotta find a way, though. Gotta find a gap.
Oh no! The timing. He almost had that kill. V-Bot, you gotta land this shot. And he does. Aniton goes down all up to Black Ray in the 1v2. No util to speak of, but he's got the gun. He's got the aim. Sharp as he can be. V-Bot sticking it, but he won't land the shots. CAG recompose. A very solid clutch up from Black Ray on a huge first round.
That is CAG. They play fast, they play precise, and they actually did a good job of rotating throughout that round. Yeah, okay, they sacrificed Shiraneko top floor, but I think that's actually a good thing to do. Because you don't know the landscape of garage, of lounge, of main door stock, so to speak. If you're trying to help him, you might lose 2 players instead of just the 1. So just sacrificing 1 player, play it 4v4, you're gonna be okay. Bounceback did a great job at actually capitalizing and finding more picks in that round. Also, how they lost Candy early on should never happen again. I remember when I found that angle many years ago myself, and I wanted for like a week straight. Every single basement round, I tried to hold that angle and get a kill. I never got it. Not once in my life. That was all in the scripts, of course. So seeing that actually pay off for someone else, I felt so happy because it's like I got to live the dream through someone else that I never got myself.
Oh man. It's so funny, like, angles like that, there's a lot of them, a lot of really cheeky things, but, like, it's like a 1% chance you'll actually find something off of it. But if it's a 1% chance you'll find something, but a 0.0001% chance that you're going to die, then, yeah, why not? Just hold it. And we're also lucky we got to catch that, because if we hadn't caught that on camera, I legit would not have known where that kill had gone down at all.
That's true. I mean, he died on office hatch. I guess the roaming office, right? That makes sense.
No, he's on site.
Basement. Let's see for you. There is one very, I don't know, infamous. There's an angle on Clubhouse that I never see being played. I think it's very strong actually, but CCTV defense. You can see the connector single wall leading in, not this one, the other single wall by the hatch. You can see that all the way from basement. I never see pro teams use it, but you can actually, to shoot any like thermite, Selma, Skyros off of that wall from the basement portion of the map.
Is that through like the kitchen hallway floor and then wall?
Yep. That's exactly it. Through the hatch and con, kitchen hallway floor, and then the top part of the soft wall of back armory.
Back armory. So you're in armory with that long angle. That's insane.
Exactly. It's pretty strong if you think about it, but again, it's also kind of like, it's very niche. You would have to attack that, and we all know people love attacking CCTV catwalk, and that means that angle doesn't really work. But essentially, they exist, those angles. That was my point about it, at least. Semi-shot goes out. Go from shoot as well. Scarz back. Only one guy was swinging, no follow-up. Once again,
more.
they 45.
Yeah, and Shurip's hungry for more kills as well. He gets nice and aggressive here near the breach. He's got Maverick holes he could potentially try and utilize as well. And there's one for Chibisu, so it's not looking too hot, is it? Four fathers back, CAG fighting these players as much as they possibly can. V-Bort's low HP. While he has made a little bit of headway here, he's flushed out that bathroom position. I don't think he's got what he needs to make this work. Oh, there's no way.
Okay.
A hip-fire shot like that? Okay, mate. You're not going to pull that off again. Maybe it makes this round winnable.
Entirely sure, doesn't seem like it. Number 2, a little bit baity yesterday, and I hate to say it, but also a little bit baity today. You're playing IQ, you have no user to clear, your entire aspect of your operator right now is to get kills and lead your team in towards the battle. Instead, he's last alive way too often, I feel like. Prospect to fall down 0-2. CAG, they swing with confidence, over aggression arguably, but why is that a bad thing if it's working, right?
Yeah. Well, an early tactical timeout called by Fathers back. I feel like they really need to make good on this. 2 rounds into the game is very early to call it, and if it doesn't find any benefit, then I don't know. It could be honestly GG.
I mean, it's all about mentalities here. I think it's a matter of not playing scared and also recognizing that, guys, they are disrespecting us right now. They're swinging, they're making quote-unquote stupid plays. And you can also argue that this is CAG. This is kind of like the older school style of CAG that we saw maybe 6 or so months ago, maybe a little bit further back even, where they play the game upside down. They have a 5v3, they shouldn't swing anymore, but guess what? They keep swinging. And it's good if you can look at this game, if you're Filespec, and go, which version of CAG are we up against right now? What should our counterplay be? Because the structured CAG we've been seeing this stage is very different from the one that says, you know what, we're gonna swing the breach with 1, 2, 3, 4 guys. So I like this early tactical timeout.
In terms of the CAG playstyle, like it's really good to have that diversity in there, like the ability to be that slower and more strategic, or going and sending it and being that more aggressive. That's exactly what we want out of a team like CAG.
Hey, so now we're seeing util on both sides, actually. I like this from Father's perspective, because if you're being met with a lot of aggression, I would say Monty, Osa, Nomad, like your usual speed stoppers, if you will. If CAG starts swinging a Monty, you're gonna get meleeed, or at the very least, you shouldn't get a kill. Same thing goes for Osa, you shouldn't get the kill. Get the Maverick still. That's your guaranteed way to open up those breaches. Because if you bring out... Oh, be careful now. It's not swing. We just spoke about this. Monty goes in first. We get the information. And we shouldn't be dying here. Because you play the Maverick, and not like Thatcher or Thermite, for example. Not to fiddle with the Bandit or the Kites. I know Kites Band here, for example. So they can just ensure the wall gets up with Maverick. Got the Monty. That's your 2 win conditions. But it comes down to execution. You saw V-Bot almost die.
Oh no!
You saw V-Bot die.
Oh man, you cursed him, Pengu.
I'm sorry, that's actually on me. That's -1 for me before, not you. Don't worry about it.
Wow. I mean, this is not a good start. They had so many right ideas at Father's back. They took their tactical time out. They said, okay, let's prep this strat. Let's talk exactly about the details of it. But the most minute things can go wrong, and it's just disaster. You lose that Osa, and taking Rafters gets a hell of a lot harder. It's also funny to see that, like, no reinforcements bottom garage. Teams aren't even prioritizing that anymore. It doesn't matter.
They
like,
have 4 spare Rios, James. They literally have 4 spare. They could have reinforced it. I think they forgot. Genuinely.
Never mind.
Why wouldn't
I
they?
thought there was a strat, but no, you're right. They literally have 4 spare Rios.
To make matters worse, because why not? V-Board did not put down any Osa shields to my knowledge. He should have arguably put one down on the breach outside before you start fighting Garrett's door. I also think they should have opened up this Garrett softballs a lot more. Just look at this. They're at a complete standstill.
Holy...
Yoga Drone comes out. They've perfectly read the Monty attacker repick here. So they're chilling right now. Filespec have to problem solve, and guess what? CHE, for the first time in this game so far, they're not over swinging.
I think they've just locked Monty inside garage as well.
I
He
think
put a
so,
Kiva
yeah.
barrier up behind him. Overswing from Black Ray. He does lose his life. Number 2 doing what number 2 does best, holding angles, waiting for players to come to him. And it does work out in his favor. Black Ray still holding onto his position. Harasan's trying to make his way up the stairs. He feels that gas. He's about to get locked in, though. It makes things very difficult. Candy needs to try and confirm this kill thanks to the Grim. Gas is coming out. Harasan goes down to the gas. Candy needed to be there to support him in time, but he was far too late, and it's far too little now for Father's Back. A C4 from Shiraneko all the way from downtown Oil Pit. Locks in a convincing round for CAG. They had Father's Back's number every step of the way.
Now would be a really good time to call a tactical timeout if your Father's Back. Oh wait, they did that last round.
How'd that work for them?
It's pretty much worst case scenario, because when you call a tactical timeout, it's to kind of reset the mentality, back to basics, you know, really sharpen up the next round. But that was like the worst round we've seen so far. There was not any point in the round where I felt like they were making the right choices or they were fighting back inside of the server like correctly. The only kill they get is someone swinging into them holding a passive angle, giving up the shield on defense. They did a great job of playing smoke echo against the Monty, perfectly recognizing the win condition there, expecting that Monty to come into play. And if you think further back, why would they play the Monty? Most likely because of how aggressive CAG they were in round number 1, round number 2. So it's almost like CAG are forcing the hand of Father's Back and then predicting that perfectly, making the perfect counter operators for it, and then putting Father's Back up for failure. And they, like, Father's Back don't even recognize it. They didn't have the right tools to job that round because CAG, they are 2 steps ahead from like the mental, strategical, operator perspective. Now CAG, guess what? They're gonna go back to being aggressive. And Father's Back, they tried the Montiosa, it didn't work, so they gotta go off it again. Now you could have Vigil, Capcan, Asami, all super capable roaming operators as a Goyo. Smoke can play solo side, because guess what? If Father's Back go for a rush, you pop the Goyo canisters, you stall for 20 seconds, and then all you gotta get is those roamers back towards the side for backup. So this is CAG playing a really aggressive 4-man roam, with the possibility of falling back to side in case Father's Back find that gap. So again, Father's Back, backs against the wall. They have no clear, easy way to win this round. They had to find the picks, just pick this round apart little by little.
In terms of this lineup, what's more, the CAG have invested in a lot of chip damage. So Shurip lands a shot onto a leg on this roam with the Boss G, even if it doesn't confirm a kill, that's a bit of damage. Any of these roamers do a little bit of chip damage on the roam, that's great. Come to site, you're walking into Capcan traps, Vulcan Fire, Smoke, potentially barbed wire as well from the Azami to add a little bit more chip damage. Azami can apparently, Shiraneko on the Capcan, an aggressive peek all the way onto the rooftop finds his pick. Black Ray goes down, but that's your Hibana you've lost.
Roam is still very much active. Boss G in hand, headshot. Good night. That's one. But it's gonna get traded back. So 1 by 1 they fall. But I do think this favors defense still, because you said it. Hibana is dead. Lack of heart destruction means hatches are going to be safe, and I believe they're all reinforced actually as well. Still got the Goy Fire, the Toxic Babes, and...
Oh, he doesn't have secondary hard breach.
Nope, he has flashbangs. Yep. That's what I'm saying, like, it's like they cannot breach anything now. So, you gotta go for broke if your Father's Back. You're forced to go blue or bottom main. That's... Unless third is soft, which I don't think it is because you have used all 10 reinforcements, but I could be wrong. So, very few options, very predictable. Nightly Goyo Fire at every single location. So this timer isn't 50. It's actually gonna end at like 20. So you have 25 seconds from now, because then Goyo Fire gets popped and you have no way in. 20 seconds left.
No way to breach anywhere. They have to just funnel in through. They're checking for Capcan trips at least. Likely to get swung. Anderson does. Timing now, and there comes the fire. There's only going to be 11 seconds left on the clock when that fire finishes. And this round is done and dusted. I mean, there's no two ways about it. CAG are locked in. All they have to do is survive. There is no way that Father's Back can get onto site. The gas will also keep them at bay. Literally no way they can go through this. Like, there's just a brick wall in front of them. Try and move forward. Number two, you can't do anything. They can't. They can't do anything. They're just standing here. They have to just move forward and eventually die. The timer is the final nail in the coffin for Father's Back, but I mean, they just lost that round like 30 seconds before the round was over. There was literally nothing they could do.
If my notes are correct, which I believe they are, it's been a 4-0 stat line. Well, rounds, first of all, but also an opening kills.
Yep.
Every single opening kill so far gone in favor of CAG, which further speaks to the issues of Fatherback they've been having this stage against every single opponent, but especially here. And sure, they traded back. They lost the player, they killed the player, they lost the player, they killed the player. But the point is, you lose really valuable operators on the attack, and that's always been the story of Siege, even from like way back in the day. If you lose 2 players on attack, odds are you either lost the only soft breacher, the only grenade operator, your flex operator, like the Ying, the Grim, the Shield, whatever, or a hard breacher. And no matter which one it is, it's gonna basically make the round so much more difficult because it's one of those operators that you pick for a very clear purpose. Losing one can be okay because you normally have like quote-unquote a spare operator that's not hugely impactful, but losing 2 always screams doomsday if it's early in the round.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a scary one for Father's Back. Yes, they're on attack. Yes, this is going to be unfavored as a side. Yes, we did see a team come back from a 5-1 attack down earlier today. But this isn't Skyscraper, this isn't Crest versus Vite. This is CAG Father's Back. And the underdogs have barely had a look in. Shurip's also looking for an aggressive run out here. With the Oryx, he could just dash through the dirt wall and look for something. Father's Back have decided, let's double down on hard breach. We don't want the same thing as last time to happen. But as soon as this Maverick torch starts going on the wall, I think Shurip's going to dash outside and try and run out and get this kill.
So speaking to the operators, you can lose, right? If you lose the sledge, you got the floors and vice versa. That's soft destruction and verticality to a degree. If you lose Maverick or the Ace, that's also technically fine. But if you lose both the
There he is! Wow.
If you lose both the hard breaches, which they almost do because V-Board's 49 HP, they have no hard destruction anymore. But look at this, Shurip can crawl back. The question is though, do you actually send the player downstairs to get him? That will take 20 seconds each way. They do. That's arguably risky. If Fatherback have the right idea about this, they could hit the side in a 4v3 with Monty up. I don't think they realize this though. Holding ankles still. CAG should be fine to get back to side.
Looks like they're trying to take cash control. The rotate's been reinforced over. And it looks like CAG have decided to forfeit this ground. It's the right call, no doubt about it. Oh, there is still one player in there. It's the Tubarao of Chibisu.
Oh, you're right.
Caught in a pinch, but he does have some support from Shiraneko and a Kiba barrier from Blackray. Also good pre-fire from Chibisu. And that's the second hard breacher down. Monty present. But the Tubarao freezes up the floor. Discourages the Monty from pushing forwards again. Chibisu's found another kill on Candy. The round is over. It feels like the half is over. Shiraneko team kills with a C4. A minor miscommunication leads to a very confusing team kill and the denial of the flawless round, but I don't think that they're going to be upset about that. They're just laughing. CAG have been picture perfect in this game. 5 rounds in a row on defense, and I don't know if Father's Back are going to find anything.
I really appreciate CAG and the depth that they're showing right now. I know that it's against an easier opponent, so, you know, is that actually impressive? I think it is, though, because what they're doing is that they're controlling the pace fast and slow. A lot of teams struggle with this aspect of Rainbow Six Siege. They're playing rush rounds where they're running out the building, they're basically almost going for spawn peaks, challenging early, and not playing almost any utility. For the other half of the round, CAG are playing behind deployable shields, playing behind reinforceable walls, they're bandit tricking, they're playing Goyo plus smoke. So they're changing up between the fast and slow constantly. You can tell how much Fatherback are struggling at matching the right tempo. Because the rounds where CAG are playing fast, Fatherback are also kind of playing fast. And they're playing into CAG and they die. Then, when CSG start playing slow, Fatherback also plays slow. What that means is, you hit the bomb site with 0 seconds left and you lose. You have to try and figure out what the right tempo is, and because it keeps changing, it seems impossible for Fatherback. And they've been struggling so much with what operator should they pick, do they go for roam clear, do they go for site, because I don't think they truly know what's happening right now on a round by round basis. And CAG, on top of that, of course, getting 5 opening picks in a row, mostly uncontested. that just makes it that much more difficult. Final spec, final attacking round and a half. CCTV, you got Maverick, you got Ace. They should pop this wall, no problems. But the big question is, do they go for Catwalk? Do they go Master Bedroom? Because they don't have a Monty, they don't have a Capital, they don't have those power-ups to do the Catwalk rafters if they want to go for it.
Oh!
And they're... Damn.
And they've lost another hard breacher. Striker brought the secondary hard breach, was in the middle of using it, and Shirib just nailed the timing on that. Look at this aggressive push as well. Oh, that's unfortunate. He thought it was going to destroy the barricade. It didn't, though, fortunately. That would have been a very cheeky way to create a little bit of an aggressive peek.
I feel like it used to destroy the door. Maybe it's supposed to, but he messed it up. I'm not entirely certain. I don't play that much as Sami, but I've known that I've destroyed my fair share of windows and barricades and ice shrines with them sometimes. Either way, it could have been a cheeky play actually, and I quite like the idea behind it. I also think it might have worked. They got the wall. Sophia now back in spawn, number 2, holding angles from far away, leaving the rest of his team to do the entry duties right now. We don't see any silhouettes on Jacuzzi side. On the roof, still droning it out, but I mean the timer again, it's... CAG are playing a slow round, right? They're playing 2-brow, they're playing Dog Bandit. They want to reach that 5v5 by the side. They're actually gonna pop a fire before anyone is even into the building, further stalling out this round, just buying time, and then swinging shortly after. Again, they're fast, slow in the same round right now.
Are they falling back from this position? I think they might be. Another slew of kills, both directions. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but since CAG already had the advantage, they will continue to do so. And I think all of these players have fallen back to site. Oh, one of the players to fall was the one on Jacuzzi Balk. Aggressive peek on that roam game. Harasan at number 2 now. We need to see number 2 in these rounds, earlier in the round. We don't just want to see him in a 1v3 at the end of it like we so often do.
He's the person who spent like one of his Sophia's soft grenades to open up that CC wall with the Mavericks, so I feel like use his util, make him a gun, because I think finals back in the first 2 playdays, they were looking better for a very simple reason. Number 2 would get a lot of kills early in the round, and getting some of those few opening kills that they did get. It's not over yet though.
Oh no.
That there might be the case.
Yeah, maybe it is over after all. Guess who is in a 1v3? It's number 2.
Number 2 again.
He's got to wait for the
like
fire
that.
to subside. He doesn't have the diffuser. Azami is literally outside, just baiting him. He walks through the fire for one. He knows where that Azami is, but I don't think there's going to be away. Azami's just running away from him. I mean, he's taunting him. He's now caught on camera. Round is over. CAG are simply unstoppable today. Straight run of defenses, 6 in a row. I was memeing before when I said we've already had 7 rounds in a row from Crest. Could it be the same from CAG? But honestly, it's looking like it might be possible.
Yeah, and it's just a gap, right? CAG are playing this exceptionally well with Fowler back, unable to adapt to it. That creates this massive divide. If CAG had this same like really good gameplay, but Fowler's back had a good read on it, it's like a 6 or a 4-2 rather probably. Right? They get some rounds, they get some victories, but that's just not the case. And I don't know what's happened on Fowler's back's end with like whether it's the players thinking this or maybe they've lost some confidence, but I am very worried about number 2's playstyle. He's 2-6 this game, which that's one aspect of it all. Everyone's kind of struggling, not a big deal. He is last alive, I think half of the attacking rounds, or almost last alive at least, in all of them. And we made this argument yesterday on the desk, I believe, where it's like, we want to see this guy on the entry. Get a couple of kills, like the Shaiko effect, right? If you have a weak team or weak teammates, you shouldn't be 1v5ing at the end. You should try and sacrifice your life, but take 2 bodies down with you, put your team in a 4v3. Because that's the best case scenario for them to succeed. Because let's be honest, you're not gonna touch a 1v5, 1v4, 1v3. At the very least, you never should do it consistently.
I mean, number 2, just for reference, in the Japan League overall, he has the 3rd highest rating.
Exactly.
And the highest cost. The highest cost in the whole league.
Insane.
And his team doesn't even have a single point. And it's because he's often in these late round scenarios and he's good enough to find 1 or 2 picks in them. But there's no point baiting at the end of the round. This is what we need from him. Aggression and a kill. Now this is an impact round for number 2. Now it's on CAG to go and hunt him down.
Bit bullet drone team damage there to Shuri. Just 10 points of damage. Not a huge deal. They got the fingerprints as well. I don't know if they're gonna go for the chase though. They're joining bar. Oh, they got Deimos trackers. Yeah. Send up the Monty. In comes the cavalry. Where's the Monty? He's actually in like lounge, I think.
Are they trying to?
Might be going. No, they're coming. They're just doing it very slowly. I think Monty might go up a staircase or down a staircase. Oh, he's gonna go up. Yeah, they're gonna go for him. One more Deimos tracker is all they need. Got the pool hatch here, or gym hatch covered from the windows, more or less. He comes out. Okay. He kind of has to be honest.
Yeah. Honestly, to number 2's credit, I would rather him do that. He wasted a good amount of time. He got a kill. That's a win for him. And also, like, CAG played that well.
They did. They swapped on an instant. They said, you know, let's kill him. We know that we have to. But I want to see him do that on attack. Trade 1-for-1, get some map control, get his team into the beginning of the round, basically, before he goes on cameras, because he's dead, of course. Not be the last alive. The issue is now you got this Monty, and fast back, the only real way they can deal with it is maybe like a mixture of lesion mines and maestro cams, or like a plant deny situation. Then you got stuff like Finger, Deimos, Ram. Like, these are fighting operators. They're not gonna go for default plant and cover angles, I don't think. I think they're gonna go for at least one more kill here. Try and get a 4v3 or 3-on-3, then attempt something. Once he's pushing up, get that shield extending and unextending and everything else. What's the plan here, CAG?
Legion spotted by the Deimos, and here comes the collapse in from blue. The Monty as well harassing them inside of Church. It's a bloodbath, but X has somehow found something. The LMG on defense, and all they need to find is Shirineko. V-Bot locks it in, and that's the first round on the board, finally. For Fathers back. It took them a hell of a long time. They eventually got themselves into this game. Can they keep this up? Can they find a few more rounds? Because as we said in the pre-show, this isn't about winning for Fathers back. This is about taking every moment of experience.
Yeah, it's invaluable. I think it was you, James. You made a point yesterday about if you are one of these, like, quote-unquote bottom of the league teams, will the top dogs scrim you? Like, can Fathersback get a consistent CAG or Scarz, you know, booking on the calendar to practice with? Or do these teams deem them unworthy, if you will? Because think about it, why would the best teams in the region play the weakest ones that's not going to put up a good fight or give them a good, like, test of skill, so to speak? Because that's not really worth CAG or Scarz's time, if you will. So this could be, but I don't know for sure, but this could be one of the rare instances where Fathersback get a really good practice in. It just so happens to be in the actual Pro League match, so you really want every single round to last for as long as possible and take as much away from it as possible as well, because it might be a rare occurrence. Some teams don't not everyone scrims each other. Back in my day. Oh, so you go? You feel?
No. Please, when you say back in my day, I'm all ears.
You had to hear it. I was gonna say, back in my day, E2 never scrimmed Empire because we're rivals, right? Like, we were the number 1, number 2 in Europe, so like we don't want to make each other better or give away secrets. G2 BDS back in 2021, 2020, same story there. It's a matter of you want to scrim the teams that you can learn from, but you don't want to scrim the teams that you could also make so much better that they could actually beat you. And it's very awkward because in Europe you got like tier 2, tier 1, tier 3 teams. In APAC, in Japan, etc., you have a lot more limited options of scrim partners. You cannot afford to be too picky, I think.
If I'm Scarz CAG, I'm scrimming each other because there are 2 spots. They don't really have to compete.
Yeah,
I mean, that's my attitude at least. I'm scrimming Gaming Gladiators, I'm scrimming Bleed, Fury, and Elevate, like, and maybe Talon, I guess. Sorry, I'm just memeing you. Maybe Talon and D+ and Fear X. Those are like, but I wouldn't bother scrimming anyone else, more or less. Like, maybe every now and then, but those are the best teams in APAC, and it's not close. And if you're not scrimming teams that are actually not just trying to beat, like, win their leagues, you want to scrim teams that actually are trying to beat international teams. And that's where CAG are at the moment. So, yes, for Fathers back, this is quite a privilege to be able to play CAG, and they need to make the most of it. Every single round that goes by, they need to not just be trying to make hero plays, they need to actually be treating this like a scrim and trying to learn and practice what they've got, what they've been working on.
don't see a lot of Maestro these days. Now it's 2 for 2 in the end of Father's Back. Now, Candy does, soft counter Maestro, a lot of soft destruction. Brava, we saw yesterday, a phenomenal operator to counter with those ability to hack the cameras and turn them against the defense. But I don't think Maestro Evil Eyes are all that valuable unless you're playing for a C4 below, combined with the Valkyrie cams perhaps, and you see Howerson down there. The barricade set up, so I think that is going to be the win condition. C4 late round to deny the plan perhaps, could be a cheap way to do it. We know, execute early on matters more. If CAG finds 2 or 3 kills here on the entry, I don't think the C4 downstairs is going to matter too much. Bounce back, yes, they're playing below, but they have to somewhat match this 1-to-1 on the side itself for when CAG go for the stake.
That's the thing that's confusing, because it feels like CAG are going for it now. 2 kills from Shurib down below. What a good read. Ready for the second one. Now a 2-player advantage over Father's Back, and they must fall into line. Number 2's done for 1, but he's taken down. He's not revivable. Realistically, I don't think there's any way they can get him back up. This needs to be a big kill, but Shiraneko's not died yet. Chibisu trades him back, and Anaton to close the game. It wasn't the 7-0, but a 7-1 is an incredibly dominant scoreline for CAG. They might have started their second stage very slowly with a loss to Vite, but ever since then, these guys have been firing on all cylinders. A 3rd game in a row with a dominant victory, and a well-deserved one at that.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna keep praising them. CAG's ability to do like the pace changes, the strategy, the depth, I mean, that's what I feel like we've been missing from them. I've been wanting to see from them for a very long time, and internationally, it does really shine through. But right now, casting them, watching them every single Playday, I feel like this is a very new style of CAG, and they're still kind of learning, still figuring it out, but I think it's a really good look for them, and also it gives them so much more potential than before.
They might not be flawless, but they're pretty damn good. We'll break it down after this break. Stay with us.
everybody, and welcome back. And I was believing in a comeback there. Unfortunately, Father's Back were not believing as hard as I was. It's Cyclops Athlete Gaming that collect 7 rounds to 1 for the Father's Back side, and that's all 3 points collected for CAG, which is what we were expecting. But I kind of want to veer this conversation away from, oh yeah, we thought CAG would actually take this, which is duh. Are you dumb, Milosh? Yes. But also, Nick, because I'm dumb, I would like you to help me understand this new way of functioning for CAG.
So if you go back, half a year, 1 year, 2 years to CAG, we're thinking out of nowhere aggression, crazy plays, this doesn't make sense, their timings are completely wrong, but they somehow find success because they're unpredictable. The current CAG, much more predictable. Sure, they're still aggressive, but they're aggressive when it makes sense to do it. They do it together, they have coordination. But that's just one small aspect of it. The biggest surprise to me is their strategical depth in terms of strategy and their actual approach to the matches and their prep work. They will do stuff like, they'll go really fast in attack, and just run you down with demos, Dokkaebi, roam clearing. They'll then take a slow round where they play an Osa or a Shield or a Capital. They'll just take it one step at a time. On defense though, that's where I see the biggest change up, because they will play heavy utility. We've seen them play Trooper Al-Qaid, Bandit tricking, reinforcing mid-round, and not taking gunfights. And I feel like that was something that they were incapable of doing. And when I watched them internationally a year and a half ago or so, where they would always take the gunfights and lose rounds that they shouldn't be losing because of it. They have different win conditions, new, rejuvenated way of playing the game, and it shows a very big skill difference between other teams in Japan right now.
Yeah, I don't know how much more to add. Sorry, I'm just so convinced of CAG. Like, I'm kind of on their hype train because, like you said, this playstyle change. I think it's what they've needed for quite some time. And when they initially flipped this playstyle, they made roster changes for the first time in what had been about 2.5 years without having roster changes. I was a little bit skeptical. It took them a while to find their feet. But another thing that they did is keep cycling in new talent. And you look at their 3 most recent pickups, Shurip, Chibisu, and Shironeko. We'll have a look at who are the top 3 on the scoreboard, right? Have a look at who's bringing a lot of extra fire to these teams. Things like Deimos, things like Monty, these operators. You need a player that specializes in playing those operators because they're very unique and you have to get good at those skills. And that's exactly what these guys bring to the table. So I'm really excited with what CAG is capable of. I think that despite not making it super deep in Manchester, they did have some pretty significant wins. They got a map off of BDS. They almost beat BDS 2-0, actually. Well, 2-1 technically, because they won Skyscraper 8-7 and they lost 7-8. And I think these guys are potentially looking even better than they were in Manchester. So these guys are a serious contending team come international events, but they do need to prove to ourselves that in BO3s domestically, they can be consistent enough to guarantee that they'll make it to the next event, because they were pushed very deeply by Kinotrope in Stage 1, and they need to lock out that spot for Stage 2 to make sure that they make it to Montreal.
So James, I have a question for you, because I just thought about this. Would you argue that today, CAG, well, this is actually a true statement, so not about this point, but CAG played Father's Back, so second best team played the worst team, right? Scarz, the best team, played the second worst team of Interforce. Would you argue that CAG looked like the better team between CAG and Scarz in the respective matches? Because I think they did.
That's actually a ballsy claim, but honestly, yeah. I hadn't even thought of it like that. But yeah, like, particularly because we saw a 1-to-1, we saw them playing the same map, right? And to be frank, like Scarz were not really great at attacking that basement. CAG looked like the better team today, hands down. Man, maybe we could get back to the point where CAG can really take the fight to Scarz. It seems crazy to think because CAG lost to Vite, and because every time we see the two of them play, Scarz win. Most recently, it was only about 2 months ago, and it was in the EWC Grand Final. Scarz took it, but even then, you know, CAG got a map off of them. So honestly, maybe we're on track to get this rivalry back.
Shurip, our MVP, and it's a good thing that you both mentioned that comparison, because we got that same map. We talked about this before we sent it into club, that we get to see what difference, because we're trying to anticipate, right? Forgive us for being too excited, if that is a thing to say. But in less than 2 weeks' time, CAG will play Scarz, the final Playday of the group stage here in Japan League, and that's one that everybody's looking forward to. It's right at the end. It's the last game. It's the one that closes the group, so it's going to set things up for the playoffs. Shuri, if he keeps playing the way that he's got, I mean, 5 entries, more than everybody else in this game. All 9 other players, and almost double that, because there's only 3 in total, so almost double what he got. So it's pretty insane, but that just means that we still have one more game to go. Exist versus Kinotrope. It's a game we talked about yesterday, that the logos are also quite similar between the 2 teams, but there's a lot more similarities than you may think. We'll talk about that and more once we take this quick break. See you in a moment.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to Japan League. It is Playday number 4 in Stage 2 of 2024. To begin, and we talked about this before we got into the break, and also yesterday before we wrapped up the day. There are similarities between these two teams that go beyond their logos, which I quite like, actually. But many would rate these two teams at very similar positions, and currently there exists only a single point differential between the two. Now, both my wonderful co-hosts, Marta and Pengu, have casted every single one of the games that these two teams have played.
We're looking.
Yes.
Find the target, lock it in.
Yeah. You have been watching and casting these games, and you've gotten to see all of that action firsthand, I would say. But what do you feel separates these two teams apart from one another, James?
One of them has been to a major and the other hasn't. Kinotrope used to be known as Donuts Varel, and they made it to Copenhagen last year. They didn't have a phenomenal performance, but they did not come last in their group. They knocked Bliss actually out, and obviously Bliss went on to great things after that. Exist on the flip side have never made it to a major before, and that's their story. But just to continue on Kinotrope for a minute, because hang on, they made it to a major. Yeah, they did. They were also looking really hot in form back in the Copenhagen days. They did have a tough group, and they did have a reasonably early exit, and I had really high expectations of them going into the end of last year. They picked up Rin. Yes, Rin, the Korean player, and a lot of people were very excited about that. I was very cautious about it, and it ended up not working for this team. Fast forward a little bit of time, they picked up Mao and they picked up Yukiz, and this is looking like a much better fit to this team. It took them a while to find their form, but blimey, Stage 1 was quite a treat. These guys had such a unique, aggressive playstyle. They made it work really well. Unfortunately, the nature of the lower bracket run they had to go through meant they had to play 99 rounds of Siege on the same day over 3 best-of-3s in order to qualify for the major, and they ended up falling to CAG in the qualifying match. But I reckon if they played that game again without the lethargy of having played 2 best-of-3s beforehand, I reckon they might have won it. But this stage has been confusing, right? Because they lost their first game convincingly to Scarz, which I guess we were disappointed in, but it is just a Scarz, right? And then they beat Crest, they beat Interforce, they really demolished Interforce, and now I feel like it's just test after test from here on out. Exist are probably one of the weaker of the mid-pack teams, despite having beaten Vite, and then they play their biggest rivals. Kinotrope do play CAG, and then of course Vite as well the week after that. So these are big games coming up for Kinotrope, and ideally, I mean, they are capable of winning every single one of them. Whether that's actually going to happen, I don't know, because Japan League can be very difficult to predict when it comes to these mid versus mid-pack teams.
I mean, in their favor, they've been ramping up. They've been doing, in my mind, they're looking better and better every single Playday. Whereas Exist, very hit or miss. I see this matchup a bit like yesterday's Crest versus Vite, where it's a matter of, okay, who's actually going to come out, or today actually, sorry, who's going to come out on top in this kind of mid-pack situation. But the thing about Kinotrope is that, as you mentioned, it only really gets harder. Because then they play CG, they play Vite, etc. So I think for Kinotrope, they have to just keep the momentum, keep getting better, keep doing better, because if they actually manage to do so, they will actually have a good match against CG and Vite later on. Hopefully, also today against Exist.
Oh, well, let's take a look at their opponents then that you mentioned. Exist a total performance here of 102. That's the expected player score. It's the average score for every single one of the players. We're all averaging out, obviously, for the team. 61% on the defense, but the biggest problem is always attack.
Yep.
How well can you perform there, Nick?
That is exactly the biggest problem, because Exist, they have this problem that a couple of teams have in all different regions. On defense, they can do okay. On the attack, they will find themselves finding maybe 1 or 2 rounds at best, and adaptation in mid-round doesn't really appear to be all that much. So they're a very one-dimensional team on the attacking side, depending, or relying rather, on getting either open and kill, or getting just kills in the mid-round because their opponent is messing up. I think if Kinotrope can play a rather passive defender side, they'll be okay. So I think this is going to come down to who's going to be the better attacking team. Kinotrope showed us yesterday that they know how to attack on an aggressive map like Chalet, where they can do funky stuff and find those picks themselves. But I want to see Exist. Their big challenge is, can they figure out their problems? Because otherwise, against these better teams, it's just not going to be enough for them.
And that's why this team is so hard to read, because it all hinges on that if. Because at their peak, these guys are amazing. They 7-2'd Vite right after Vite beat CAG. In Stage 1, Exist was also only one of 2 teams to beat Scarz in the regular season. These guys have so much potential, and we know what they're capable of. They only lost 3 games in Stage 1, and of course beating Scarz, they beat Vite, they beat Crest, a lot of huge wins. But of course, we don't know where they're going to sit on any exact Playday, because they could get smashed or they could smash. There's anywhere in between.
Well, to smash or to be the smashee, Acerola and Okomesh are the 2 players on our highlight, and they both have been performing quite well. But what is, I guess, the comparison, but also what sets them apart in game, Nick, from what you have noticed?
Okay, hard one, right?
Yeah.
I actually think this is a really great comparison, because I feel like this is like the star players on both teams, obviously, with the statistics in mind as well. But Okomesh has been like a silent killer for me a lot more often than Acerola. Acerola's name gets said all the time. Okomesh just kind of exists in the shadows and is so damn consistent. That's how he gets his numbers. And I think consistency over, flashy play, is always going to go further, because there's going to be a game where Acerola gets shut down, has a bad performance, is playing on a weak map of his maybe, and then all of a sudden his name doesn't get said a whole lot, he doesn't show up in the server, but Okomesh, he will.
And here are the results so far between them. I'll have to pick this one up a bit faster here, James. Sorry about that. 7-5 so far, Kinotrope versus Exist. It doesn't mean that I don't want to listen to you. I can listen to you all day. Kinotrope, of course, have played Exist in the playoffs. That was in stage 1. And Kinotrope victorious 2-1, but a close matchup, which no matter how you cut it in any map they've played so far, the 4, they are a close duo. But James, can you take it away for our map bans?
Yeah, so last time these guys played, it was Chalet, Clubhouse, and Oregon. Obviously, Oregon's out, and Clubhouse and Chalet are the first 2 bands to come through. In Stage 1, they also played each other on Oregon, which is obviously out. So this is going to be new territory for us. And yeah, I'm a bit unsure. I was hoping to see Consulate maybe, because both teams have played it so far, but it's also very early banned out. Bank is where we head. Now, this is a curious one for Kinotrope because their very first match in Stage 2, they played against Scarz. You can see that 7 days ago, and they lost it. It's been a long time since Kinotrope have actually won Bank. You have to go all the way back to April when they played... Actually, no, technically in the EWC, they did actually... In the EWC qualifiers, they did actually beat Farthers Back. It was only in June, so not actually as long ago as the graphic says, but obviously that was EWC calls. As for Exist, not a favorite map of theirs, but we do see it occasionally sprinkle in there. I feel like on paper, this should favor Kinotrope, but the question is, what have they worked on since last weekend when they lost to Scarz on the same very map?
Yes, Nick?
I realize you were waiting for me. I'm sorry. So, to your point, they lost 3-7 to Scarz. However, they got better and better as time went on. And when they were down on match point, like 1-6 or whatever, they played carefree, and that's when they picked up 2 following rounds before they ultimately lost. Kinotrope yesterday didn't have that mental block. Today, shouldn't either. Kawa, I checked his Twitter. He tweeted out, "Today, I will do my best." And yesterday, did the same thing, and his best yesterday was good enough.
Let's see if it'll be good enough for today. As you see, our map is loading. It's Bank, and it's Exist versus Kinotrope. Kinotrope ahead in the polls, but we know the polls don't really mean much until everybody puts in their votes and everybody performs on the server itself. So, gentlemen, please, Marta Pengu, our final matchup of the day. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I love Bank. I'm so glad that we're seeing so much of it these days. This has got to be one of my favorite matches to watch in the current meta. There are hundreds of different ways to play this map. You can roam, you can anchor. So many good operators on this map. You might see a Brava. You might see it being hard breach focused on the defense. You might see Pulse, Valkyrie. Like, there's a million different ways to play this map. And you can roam, you can anchor. I'm really excited to see how Kinotrope are going to play it, especially because we know it was only a week ago that they played it.
10 seconds to go.
The good thing about a quick loss, because funny enough, there are good things about losing quickly. You don't really show so much of one side.
Yeah.
If you go down on defense and lose quickly after, your attacks are relatively hidden, for example. Same thing in reverse. And even if you only play a single map, I mean, you should, as a professional team, have more than one map of strats, if you will. If you play Bank a singular time, even max OT and go the distance, you should still have more or less a second set of strats that you can kind of adapt off of or make changes to, especially because operator bans are not going to be the exact same every single time you play a map, right? So I think Kinotrope, not too worried about playing Scarz on this map just a week ago. I think it's a benefit because now they'll have the experience. They can have worked out their kinks and seen, okay, this strat was good, but Scarz countered it this way. Or this strat was actually bad, let's not do it again. The big eyes, as I said, exist on the attacking side if they can figure out their problem. Because I expect Kinotrope to have pretty passive setups. Wait for Exist to walk on in because they're pretty slow, make a couple mistakes, then punish them. Exist got the Monty. They got Capital. They have ranged Harbinger of Hibana. I like this setup quite a lot. But they're being stalled out a bit right now by the 2-brow. That 90 wall, cancel spot as some people call it, not opened up yet, and that's step 1. You have to wait and respect that 2-brow first.
Sometimes it is just a waiting game for defense. Kinotrope have to read where this push is coming from, and they should know by now as that Monty is marching up the red stairs that it is going to be from lobby side. Sifty finds the opening kill as well onto UKiz. We've talked about Exist being one of the best teams in the league when it comes to opening kills, but this was actually forced by Kinotrope as UKiz was the one to jump outside. Exist were very ready for it.
And a second jump out as well. Does a bit of damage and dies mid-air. I expected passive setup. I was wrong. If you got the kill, it would have been worth it for a 1-for-1 trade, I'd argue. But because both players not again third. Okay. Woo! But now they can push side. 4v2, you got Monty. If Exist sees this, which they very much should, just push up the bomb side, force the 1v1s, and just take side control.
It does mean that they have to do it now. And so Kinotrope can be on high alert. Carwow and Akayu, the 2 players on site. This castle has made it slower somewhat. And by now, Mao should also be back in a position to help the team. Monty trying to move forward through airlock, takes down the Banshee. Doesn't know exactly where Mao is. He's gone back to top square, which means he might be able to have a crossfire. These attackers need to lock it in, but 3v3 now. This is a pivotal gunfight right here. Marvi wins it. Carwow down. The plant being confirmed by Salty, and in the post it's going to be nigh impossible to retake. As Mao is moving up from Banana. Akayu on the other side at top square. Lily wins his fight. All up to Akayu now, and against a Monty and 2 other players, this is an impossible task. It's been a good round from Exists, even though Akayu might make it close. I mean, there's a chance he makes this a 1v1, but I just don't think there's any way he can beat that Monty in that 1v1. And of course, there's a player on the rappel as well. This is a done deal. Round is over. It was a nice attempt by Kinotrope to bring it back so close after losing 2 players to the jump outs, but overall, very solid attack from Exists.
Bada bing. Bada boom. Save the KD. Now, I actually think Kinotrope had a very realistic shot at winning that round, despite how close it got. The C4 from Tuberau downstairs was blindly placed somewhere and just popped at a seemingly random point in time. If that C4 was used to counter the Planetim from the Monty, I think they're fine. Because one attacker is on window rappel outside the building, and the other attacker was like top Banana, fighting the Tuberau as he came up the stairs after C4ing. That's the win condition from Exist. They want to plant with the Monty in the 3v3. It didn't really go for those isolation kills. That was their choice. So, Kinotrope, a little bit of a sloppy first round, right? Like the double jump out. The first one, you lose a gunfight. Second one, you miss your shots and die to a claymore. The third time, you get the kill. But because they had 4 attackers alive still against 3 defenders, guess what? They just sent a different guy to rappel in the exact same spot in the exact same window. And that jump out that you fought so hard for ends up not really doing much of a difference in the round. So, I will say Exist, they kind of passed the first round checkmark for me, where they showed that they can play a stable round, not make those massive mistakes, and they did a good job. The Monty pushing up, clearing castle barricades, waiting for the Tuberau. Nobody was putting themselves in unnecessary danger or harm, and with that, no one died for no reason, if you will. They gotta keep that up, just keep playing that same style of Siege. Big question mark for me now is, can they do it without the Monty? The amount of safety and comfort the Monty brings to an attacking team is easier to stay alive. Now without the Monty, they have to enter the building, take gunfights, rely more on their droning and self-destruction, for example, to pick up the roamers, but then also do all that while having time enough to hit the side. Did he kill his teammate's drone there?
Yeah, he just shot his teammate's drone. That's a bit yikes.
That's unlucky. Stop droning for your teammates. I don't appreciate it.
Well, I mean, he's the one that pays for it because he doesn't get a drone ahead. He has to walk in fresh.
That's true.
The thing that's strange to me here, Nick, is that I don't think Kinotrope actually opened up the hatch, so they have to fall back down the stairs. So 1 minute into the round, barely any time delay, barely any drones shot, and just going to fall back.
This looks like a Kai Tuberau Aruni round, because you can like Aruni get the hatches, you can trick them basically against the Heartbeat's destruction. The issue is Exist ban the Kaid. This entire strat, in my mind, is not worth it. Because you need the Kaid to actually trick with the Tuberau. Now, you're stalling for like time. You might be buying like 30 seconds or whatever, but you can't stop the hatches from actually being opened up. Ishin doesn't do much in basement if you're not roaming. Fenrir is okay, but not the greatest operator, because they're gonna drop down the hatch, and then it's already gonna be chaotic anyway. Like the Fenrir mine is not gonna make or break the round, for example. Tuberau is great for stalling for time, but again, not gonna keep anything close. And Rooney is just a good DMR. So that's what you do. You step off the desk, Rooney Gate saps the can openers there. But they got Hibana, they got can openers on Buck, and they got extra thermite charge on Thermite. They have plenty of Heartbeats to spare right now. So this small deny situation, I don't think it's worth it.
It's a cool idea, and we all love seeing things like a Rooney used to destroy hard breach, but like you said, it's just there's a surplus of hard breach, and the Rooney gates are only going to drain through a little bit of it, so Exist don't really care too much. However, time has been ticked away, and still that side hatch is yet to be open thanks to the two-brow delaying it some. Dropping down, it looks like server is going to be the play here.
Oh, they're not gonna exothermic charge the wall. You got hatches instead? Maybe a small miscalculation because you want this wall opened up big and wide to cover those angles. Gonna smoke the side, deny the lines of protection, the wall block out. I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
Oh.
Okay, this might actually be better for Kinotrope than I thought at first.
I mean, he hasn't had a chance to pull this goo mine out. He can't plant. The C4, however, is shot mid-air. There's still no one on that bulletproof camera. But if Kinotrope need, they do have plenty of information. Ukis has found one. Big plant deny from Mao. A trade. And a forcing down to the plant now by Sifty, but it forces a Sorola and Lily to get aggressive.
Oh.
It might work, though. It's just Okamesh now in a 1v3. How on earth has this round even been a conversation for Exist? 1v2 now. 1v1 now. Does Okamesh know? The player above on the hatch, Lily, is the last one alive. And he hasn't made a peep, hasn't made a sound. Counting the ticks. That's 1, that's 2. Is he going to fake it? The angle is found, and Lily confirms the round for Exist. A nail biter. Really, that should have been Kinotrope's round, but they brought it back. Exist stole it from nowhere.
This feels very reminiscent of Kinotrope versus Scarz. Not in the round outcome because it's very close, but in the mental state of Kinotrope and the players themselves. They are playing scared, sheltered positions. When it came down to a 3-on-3, we have Fenrir sitting passive in the B bomb side, holding nothing. We had the player, I didn't see exactly who it was, in the red hallway, like half holding hatch, half holding nothing, and just dies to the guy dropping down. Like, they saw the timer was 2 seconds, and said, "Oh, dying! Still alive!" And it's like, yeah, but there's 2 seconds left. They can drop the hatch and instantly go for a plant. You haven't won just yet. You can send 2 players up aggressively. The third guy maybe is hiding, you know, as a backup plan. But don't just start being like, fall back, don't take the fires, they can't plant, because it's never over until it actually is. They should have won that. Absolutely should have. They lose. Now we're gonna see Kinotrope mentally pull back from this. Like, sure, it's bank defense, it's difficult, and maybe you should only get a 2-4 half, but that could have been one of those 2 rounds that you need statistically for your side swap. So I don't want to see them tilting. I don't want to see them keep playing these sheltered roles, because they need to recognize this isn't working and change up. They can get this one, try one more time. They're playing Bandit, try to try and counter the Hibana on that counter wall, for example. But Exist, they read into this. They don't even have a real hard breach operator. No Ace, no Hibana, no Thermite. They got soft destruction, they got utility, they got verticality. This could be a block below Archive Tellers, block the floor open, and take side with that. If not, I'm not sure exactly what the plan would be here for Exist.
Seems to be very focused on cutting the site apart and finding kills without hard breaching. You know, it's not going to be a top square centric kind of push. It's going to be lots of repels. Lots of trying to isolate players and look for some form of execute. But it's really hard to land that kind of an execute without anything like a Ying. Without anything like a Monty. And that's what they had last round, right? Why forego the Monty the second time that you're attacking this bomb site?
The right thing though, block downstairs, can give some utility, the player position. So when the repels with the block below, it might be enough. It depends on how Kinotrope choose to play this. Also, on the attacking side, there's no smoke grenade. So like, yeah, there's no Ying, it's banned out, that's one issue. Without the smokes on Osa or Monty, I'm not sure how they're going to enter the bomb side without getting a couple of kills first. They should only get kills first. Kinotrope overswing or overstay their welcome on the bomb side itself. And they're playing in good positions. Bottom main staircase, in stock hallway, playing janitors. Nobody right now is particularly exposed, and that's a good thing for Kinotrope. Because right now for them it's the waiting game. Ow, ow.
Yeah, they are trying to delay time. That's a very aggressive smoke. They're trying to use the Grim, the Bark, and the Repels to isolate these players, but I don't think Salty is actually going to be able to find that player. I think he's playing on a hard position. Hang on a second. Look at this from Marv. He snuck
One
into the
smoke,
bomb
guys, and
site.
janitors.
Salty's found his kill as well. Where is the plant? And where is the information? It was taken out earlier. And the plant's going to be confirmed. The 3 versus 5. Kinotrope were not nearly keen enough. They weren't nearly quick enough. That C4 has been far too late. And Salty is holding on to downstairs with that buck still. Okamesh now being sent in, another player to try and hunt down this buck. Again, far too little and too late. He's not going to have enough bullets in the magazine to win this fight. No, he will, just barely. But another Okamesh 1v3, and there's simply no chance that this is going to happen. We favored Kinotrope in this game. We knew it would be close, but I didn't think Exist would have this much firepower in the opening half. 3 rounds in a row, and they have looked pretty damn convincing, at least for a fair few of them. Okamesh once again left looking desperate, and have a look at the reactions from the Exist players. They can't believe how cut and dried this game has been so far.
Kinotrope, they're failing in the mid stage of the round. They're not being proactive. If I'm in that server, if any player with just a little bit of experience, like even Kinotrope and Exist themselves, you should recognize, okay, they're not hard breaching any walls. They have a buck below and window repels with the Grim. We can all figure out they're gonna repel in one window, go for a plant, while buck destroys things vertically. So what do you have to do? Either you protect the smoke and janitors by having a roamer in open area, up the stock catch, for example, right? Walk to the main staircase. Because Kinotrope had players in those exact positions, but they didn't think ahead like, oh, what does the enemy want to accomplish in this round? It was only when the bug got the kill on the smoke that they're like, oh, okay, this is happening. I guess we gotta rotate the C4. I guess we gotta drop below and fight the bug. So they're lacking the foresight right now, despite this being a very logical attack from Exist, and that's my big concern. If you fail to defend against a rush or a bit of a chaotic round, I get it. It's a complete nightmare to dissect in the moment. But you had 2 full minutes as Kinotrope to try and predict or talk about what the enemy might be doing in this round. Maybe I have overestimated Kinotrope's fundamental strat knowledge on Bank, because against Scarz, I didn't feel like that was the problem. That was just Scarz being Scarz, making the game unplayable, right? This is a very playable game, but Exist are playing it better. They got 3 attacking rounds, and while attack arguably is the easier side, they have done it so convincingly that I do believe that they have been the better team so far, and that does not bode well for Kinotrope, because we thought, as you said, that they would be the team to go ahead in this match.
Yeah, and at what point do you take the tactical timeout? Like, at what point do you start getting a bit stressed? I already think that Kinotrope need to get on their bike. Like, this is not good enough. Going 0-3 down, maybe it's a 3-3 half. Okay, that's not too bad. But 0-3 down is a really grim sign, especially because, as you said, these haven't looked like close rounds. Maybe that second round on the basement, Kinotrope had a really solid look in, but both of the defenses on the top... Yeah, exactly. Both these defenses on the top floor, not good enough.
Let's see. Very quiet. Actually, way too quiet in the zero right now. I feel like if you're Okamesh, like, guys, are you feeling any pressure? Are they during the garage? Because like nobody's top 4, and it's just a slow stop for Exist. They gotta not make any mistakes. I think is what they're doing right now. They're double droning everything. They make sure that they're top 4. They got the red ping. They know the ping's on position. Okamesh has no clue.
Salty almost lost that fight though. He decided to bring the shotgun. That's the second round he's done this now on the Hibana. It means you're relying on the bearing, and he almost lost the fight because of it. Bearing is a good gun, but really only in close range. In mid-range, that recalls a little bit something.
Kinotrope, though, are they just willingly sacrificing Okamesh? Because like nobody was main stairs, no one's fighting lobby, no one is fighting heaven. You're playing very safe positions, which I said I think they should in the beginning. But that only really works if you are all committing to it. You're doing the same shit as last time, the 2 per hour Rooney on the hatches, and having a very simple win condition. And not just that, but it's the second time in a row they're showing it. Exist, they dealt with it the first time. They should do an even better job at it now. For example, the thermite should go into servers, if that's their goal. Not for the hatch, but for the wall. So Buck gets the server hatch, Hibana gets the open area lobby hatches, thermite should go servers, pop both of those walls downstairs, and then I don't see how Kinotrope have any chance of winning at that point if Exist can get there. But it's free. There's nobody's servers. they've given it up. So, I don't know exactly what to expect right now. Time could be the big thing right now. If it goes too far down the clock, it can start stressing on the attacking side. But look at this. 40 seconds. They are right here on time.
Yeah, and there's not enough plant denial. Like, you can't take advantage of the fact there's only 30 seconds left if you don't have a smoke. Imagine there was no Fenrir. Imagine it was just Okamesh sitting at the back of site with smoke. We already saw that Exist are capable of shooting C4s out of the air, so you can't rely on the Warden and the Two-Brow. This is where the C4 needs to come through, and it gets shot again! That's the round! Done! There's nothing the Kinotrope can do about it! They're relying on a single point of failure! But Exist are too good at shooting those C4s, so it forces this retake, but there's two players watching the stairs, one from either side. Easy lock-in for Exist. Kinotrope are floundering here on Bank. They look as lost as they did against Scarz, but they're against Exist now, a team that they think they should be beating. Exist just have to hold the easiest post-plan of their life in a 5v2, and is this going to be another round that ends after the plan is confirmed and Kinotrope never even look in position to defuse? Salty gets aggressive, Kawau saving the KD, and I have no words. What is this Kinotrope? Exist are in peak form, and Kinotrope are not even in the server.
Ranked 5 stack versus comp team is what this match reminds me of, because Exist are just, they're 2 steps ahead right now. In operator pick, in the roam clear, in their philosophies, in their fundamentals, in their drone game. Kinotrope are playing a way too simple and incredibly linear defensive Bank right now. They're not making it difficult enough. If they had the smoke surprise, the echo, if they had the kite, I know it's banned, but if they had the kite to throw into the mix, things make a lot more sense all of a sudden. But Okamesh, the silent killer that I named him, yeah, very silent this game so far. He's 3-3, got the most kills, but I don't think any kills on Kinotrope's side right now really carries any weight or value. It's been, you know, post-plant kills, you know, exit kills in like a lost round more or less. It's been dumping out, trading your life. Big change up now, going to open area, more dynamic bomb site. You can play top floor, fall back a bit, play basement staircases, play that primary first floor, and also very different operator lineup. Castle the Maestro, Yasami the Warden the Mute. So this seems like the big reset button for me, where Pan realized that, hey, basement doesn't work, CEO doesn't work. Let's go with our actual plan B and just, like, not try that again. But again, Exist. They will match it. Then Gridlock, Nomad, Osa. They are bringing new operators to their own table as well, because they recognize that, hey, something's up. This is not the usual norm for Kinotrope. I don't know if this is like just pure prep work from Exist, or maybe they're just like a really good Bank in secret, or whatever it might be. But they seem like they have so many different answers for all the bumps that we've been seeing so far, and they're not hesitating, they're not slow about it. They seem so confident about their choices, and I love this for them. But I also, with that, I fear a lot for Kinotrope, because this is not what we saw from them yesterday. It's so much further from yesterday's performance.
Yeah. Oh, it really is. It also continues to surprise me how Exist really look like a mid-pack team some games, and then they come out against Vite and 7-2 them, and then they come out against Kinotrope and go 4-0. And yet this is the same team that, you know, fumbled a 3-point win against Interforce that got slapped by CAG. I mean, what a weird situation we have here where, like, I mean, Exist have beaten Vite, Vite beat CAG, CAG beat Exist, and now Kinotrope are in the mix, and they beat Crest, but they're now losing to Exist. Like, this mid-pack is completely inseparable. Exist are looking primed and ready, however, what feels like the very first time, Kinotrope have the opening pick.
But we all know conversion rates matter so much more. Not just the opening pick though, is that the most crucial operator in the server right now, or was, it was Monty. Now, Monty can walk in the side, escort diffuser, go for a plant. Also can kind of do the same thing, but I don't know if Exist can break apart the side door entries right now. They're rotating, they realize that, okay, time is slipping away, lost a power operator, we haven't gotten the kill anywhere, and Kinotrope, they're actually staying true to that playstyle of playing passive without giving up anything for free. They're playing elevator, they're playing one guy on like the main lobby desk, and 3 players on the bomb side. Was that a wallbang? He just beamed the guy.
Well,
Okay.
I guess Kinotrope had to get into it at some point, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Better late than never.
There we go. Here's the drop in. Marvin needs to find something. He's the last one left. 1v5. It's not going to be a flawless round. Kinotrope, at least they're happy that they found something. They're finally in the server. Ooh, there's a C4.
Oh, wow.
Exist love shooting C4s out of the air. That's the third time this game that's happened.
10
But this
seconds
one,
left.
unfortunately, ineffective. Well, Kinotrope finally have their first round on the board. You're right about changing what they were doing. They needed to stop worrying about top floor, stop worrying about the basement, and change things up. But now this is a telling moment, Nick. This is where Kinotrope have to decide which bomb site do they revisit, or do they go to tellers? I think they might go to basement, but I want to see some drastic differences. I want to see that smoke, and I'm seeing it already. This is exactly what I think they need.
Either Fenrir. I don't... Like, okay, I'm closing my eyes. I'm turning on my brain at full capacity here. I do not understand the Fenrir pick. The biggest issue with Fenrir and basement bomb site is actually the change that happened to him recently. He only has 2 codes he can activate for 2 of those Fenrir mines. On basement bomb site, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 this garage, server door, and main staircase. You cannot even cover a third of your options, basically. And that's assuming that they don't kill that Fenrir mine, and then you have even more gaps. In Lewis, you can cover 4 of them, for example, still get a secondary shotgun, still get bulletproof camera. It's the exact same operator, but a little bit differently. I also just don't know if either Melusi or Fenrir are necessary for this basement bomb site. If you're playing Plant Deny, I always say, you need to full commit. Playing Plant Deny works really well when you're playing Plant Deny, because you have, let's say, Echo, Goyo, Maestro, Smoke, you have multiple win conditions, right? Fenrir, if he had a C4, I would totally get it, but he doesn't. So sure, get a bulletproof camera, but Castle has that. Maestro has 3 of them, basically, and they can shoot people. I just feel like it's a bit of a wasted pick. And it's not Okumesh being a troll. This time it's Yukis. So it's a team decision. They feel like they need this operator, maybe to cover garage or some specific part of the map. But they're playing Twitch Brava. So they can heavily counter both the Fenrir and the Maestro now in this round and buy themselves more time.
This is where we see exist, like how much can they adapt mid-round, between rounds? Because we can see how Kinotrope are deciding to change this defense. They've got a roam game, and they've got more set up on site. So what is this going to do about it? Getting aggressive here. I don't want to see this Hibana die, though. Too valuable to lose the hard breacher. His players are ready to fall back. They're trying to shoot more drones. Man, that's been a real struggle for Carwow. And he loses his life! Was it worth it to chase down that drone? I don't think it was.
No.
Now the attack of the opening pick, and maybe this advantage has slipped away from Kinotrope.
Yeah, and the Twitch Brava here is a genius attacker repick from Exist. They must have seen the operator lineup like early in the drone phase because they have all the right counter tools to this. OEFI being caught really early on. Maestro cancels what last and bombs wants to get there. The big saving grace might be Mao and Silver Staircase to smoke. If you can stall this out for long enough, or maybe get a kill or 2 and go crazy with it, you can make a really huge play. I see a silhouette top floor. It is red. I don't know if that's going to be a defender or not, but it might be.
I think.
Oh yeah, actually, it's Yuki's on Fenrir. It is, yeah, 2F.
If that's
Up
Yuki's,
there.
that might redeem the fact that we have the Fenrir pick. And now the bulletproof camera's been hacked. The Brava's been spotted and taken down before he can get any of the evil eyes. Now that's good. In with the shotgun. Blue Stairs has already been vacated. I don't know exactly where Mao went. Must have fallen back into sight. Used his smokes. Here come the Vulcan canisters, though. And this may well be able to burn the rest of the round, especially because Yukis is still at large on for the flank. He doesn't realize there's a player right next to him. He gets the first kill. The Fenrir might have redeemed himself, but Acerola gets the trade on back again. There's another player in the top floor. How has Okumesh made his way up in the janitor's closet? I have no idea. But he's back and he's found another pick. Desperate now for Exist. They have to try and force this plant down. The default position. The plant denial isn't there. Aggressive now from Akayu, but he's been spotted. 10 seconds left. Mao gets spotted too. All up to Okumesh now. How is it that with every possible counter and 2 roamers, Kinotrope cannot secure this round? Salty and Marvi left in the post plant. And Okamesh needs to make a decision. He's not going to drop the hatch. He goes to blue instead. He's revealed his position now as well. He's going to be dropping into a dead crossfire if he goes here. He might not be ready for the angle. Marvi finds him. A big sigh of relief for Exist. Another round that they have just pulled out of nowhere.
I don't understand. I have no idea. I have no clue. You have two guys flanking top floor. It should be such a chaotic moment for Exist. They don't have the right coverage, they don't have the right map control, and yet somehow the plant just goes down effortlessly while Okamesh is literally on the A bombs at hatch. While you have a person right next to that diffuser going down inside a red hallway. This kill right here, it's okay, but he gets traded back immediately. This kill right here is phenomenal. Okamesh pops the hatch, but then look at this.
He could have denied it,
Somehow, some way. Maybe, I mean, Bog was flanking open area, so the timing's tough, but imagine Okamesh drops the hatch and the red hallway guy pushes in. You're fighting 2 against 1 Barrier 9 Hibana. If you kill the plant on Hibana, you can play that post plant. Well, bomb doesn't go down. You can play from servers and kill up the A bomb side. You can go back to the red hallway, because the last attacker is upstairs on the hatch and he has to drop. It feels like Kinotrope, imagine they have 2 brains right now, and they're both calling for different things. Half the team commits to one version, the other team commits to the other half. They're playing super split in their own mind, it feels like. They only know half the picture. I think 5 plants went down as well from Exist. That's, 5 out of 6 is a pretty damn impressive stat line.
I cannot believe how many plants went down there. Even in that last round, the Smoke Mao used one of his gas babes to just choke up the site as he retreated from blue stairs. Yeah. Way before there'd been a breach, way before there was any threat of a plant deny. I feel like maybe if he kept that in pocket, he could have used that to burn out the last 10 seconds, and then there's no plant.
Exactly.
But for Exist, like, they knew the win condition was getting that plant down. Even with 2 roamers on the top floor, get that plant down. Kinotrope did not have it in them. And, I mean, now they flip onto their attack. These have got to be the best bank attacks I've ever seen. Otherwise, this game is not going to last very long at all.
They have to be perfect. In this first round, they bought the Brava. But the thing is, you're up against the Maestro and Captain Traps. Not so much these. 5 HP on the shift, though.
Look at where Osa is already. This is so deep and so early for Osa to be in this position.
It might be too early, that's the thing. Like, if Exist wants to, they could like take 5 kilo, fight that guy, and then he's dead. But I think they're gonna leave him be, actually. They still even have some roaming presence left in open area and stuff, so... Oh, they got the AH open. Okay, so Kinotrope only have one choice here. They cannot plant on that default wall that we saw Exist go for. They have to breach the opposite wall that leads from the deep servers, basically, and plant behind the Monty. Because with the AH being opened up, that'll cover the default plant spot. They don't have a whole lot of half breach though. Can openers only, 2 available. Lily finds a kill as well. Kinotrope was stalling out. The surprise is over. And this is a little bit too slow for my liking. It's the plant behind the Monty door. That might work. But then...
It's denied the plant. That was a really good deep smoke there. Even on 5 HP, Sifty is worth so much here. Still, there's plenty of time to reattempt that.
The walls are reinforced, though. Even if the smokes, stop going out at some point, which will be after the next one, the Munchie is basically blocking the line of sight for the attackers to push in aggressively as well. I think this is too simple. Just like their defense is, it's a one-way, in-your push that has one thing going for them, and Exist are smart about it. They have not surrendered the roam. They have 2 players above, 2 players below. Once the plan starts going... Oh, they're off servers! They're going for a roam clear!
What? This is way too late! I don't know what to say. Kinotrope cannot decide. They cannot make a call about what they want to do. Maybe there was a way they could have cheesed a plant in server there, but now certainly not, and they won by 1 fall. Carwow and Okamesh only have to find 3 kills, but there's 11 seconds. There's still roamers alive. Marvi eventually goes down. This is going to be a desperate drop down the hatch. Straight into it, Carwow finds another one in a 1v1, but he doesn't know where the player is, and he doesn't plant in time. Another round for Exist. What is this game? Devastating for Kinotrope, as match point is set before Exist in what could be one of the most dominant games we've seen from them.
I'll go back to the 2-brain analogy, because again, it feels like there are 2 strats at play. There are 2 different ways they want to do things. One is like, hey guys, let's go for a room clear. They have 2 attackers upstairs fighting for map control. They have 3 defenders in the basement servers trying to go for a plant. And, you know, it makes sense they're burning through those toxic pips and smoke. He only has 3 of them. And when Smoke only has 1 remaining in pocket, they say, hey, this last minute has been fun in servers. Let's leave. Let's go upstairs. Either you burn the smokes and go for a plant when there's none left, or you go for a roam clear. You cannot burn 2 out of 3 smokes and go for a roam clear. I mean, it came down to a 1-on-1. It was incredibly close, but it's not the right way to go about things at all. And again, I have to question Kinotrope's philosophy and their strat fundamentals. They're not really looking like a team that has things written down on paper, but more so like a competent 5-stack who is trying to figure out, okay guys, what do we do this round? Someone says, let's just plan Sir Muncie, that's easy. But is it though, right? Do you have the right tools? Is the enemy roaming? It doesn't seem like they're taking into account what the enemy is trying to do, more so what they just want to do. And then they have to play into their own counters. So look at your opponent, analyze the situation, and then play it out. Don't just say, we do X without knowing the Y.
Exists secretly love this map. They have not banned it very much, but it has been banned against them a hell of a lot. If you look at Stage 1 and EWC qualifiers, these guys have only banned Bank 3 times. It's been banned against them 15 times. 15 times. Clearly everyone in this region knows something about Exist that we don't, and Kinotrope has just messed around and found out. Almost an early pick for Mao, but he's lucky he didn't die.
Muncie, but the Blitz, it's very risky, but it is faster, and it's the Telesakar's bomb side. There's definitely a gap to be found here on Okimish's location. And Scan Dogaby, oh, they're in! They're dead.
Now, short-lived bit of hype there for Kinotrope. Yukis finds one. Desperate to try and make something work. Diffuser down on the ground. Desperate times. Here comes a flank. Kinotrope loses the fight. Acerola back into it. Back in flying form. There's a player above on the vert as well. Exist have got this diffuser locked down. Nice shot there from Carwow. Mao as well to find his. Maybe it is possible. Marvi is still upstairs in CEO. Sifty is the lone player on the bomb site. But Marvi personally could win this round. They clearly don't know where these defenders are left, and they're going to slow it down. This is a good call. Sifty gets a kill, but is down for his trouble. Marvi now has to make a decision. Does he try and rotate and get this revive?
Yeah. Go for it. You're stalling things out. 2 cube barriers, 1 impact in pocket as well. He should be good to revive this. Maybe even 1 guy go back upstairs because they know that AN are pretty slow right now. There we go. Finally, they speed up.
Caillou planting that diffuser. Mao has to cover. 2 versus 2. Very winnable for either team. Sifty's gone for a big rotation. He's going to pop up from underneath blue. He's a 1 armor though, and he's going to have to walk through some metal detectors, so he needs to be so quiet. He needs to make good on this kill. There's the first one. The second one! Right around the corner! Out of nowhere! Sifty from the grave! He rises again and exists out of nowhere against all expectation. A 7-1 over Kinotrope. That certainly was not on the bingo sheet today. One of the best teams in the region we call Kinotrope, but we forgot who exists in the shadows. 7-1. What a scoreline.
Where are the flank drones? Why are they watching the same angle? Where's the communication saying, hey, I have the door, you watch the staircase, or you go open area. Hey, what about going top floor and play post plant vertically? There are so many options for Kinotrope, but they lack information. They lack leadership. It looked like they did it for a last round rush that just completely fell flat the second Okamish died. Exist, definitely a bank team. Like, that's been figured out now, and too bad for them because I don't think many other teams domestically would take them here in the future.
I cannot imagine anyone wanting to go against these guys on bank. Yeah, look, I wouldn't. Even Scarz, man. Scarz are pretty good, but Scarz only 7-2 Kinotrope on this map.
That's
these guys
true,
7-1, man. That's a next level result for one of the best teams in the region, maybe. Is that in conversation now? Exist were probably the bottom of this 6-team or 5-team mid-pack that we've been talking about. Are they potentially in conversation for a top 4 finish? Maybe even a top 2? They've beaten Vite, they've beaten Kinotrope. Those were meant to be the 2 promising mid-pack teams. I don't know, man. Anything's possible. Exist are looking real hot.
It looks like we'll have to find out to the very last Playday because anything can truly happen besides first and second place.
Yeah. Oh, well, Milosh, what did you think about that one? I saw you in the chat, man. You were reacting something crazy. What do you think about Exist?
I am SMHing my head right now. It's just, yeah. Why are two people watching the same angles? What is verticality? What is strategy? What do you even need a maestro if you're not going to use the evil eyes? Look, even me, someone who is, I last played ranked when maestro was a new operator. That's how long ago it was. I have ranked anxiety. I'm very sorry. I have to just put it out there. That's why. But even me, someone who topped in plat. Solo plat, that's not bad. I still have to say, goddamn, what was that? I had a lot of hope. I was hoping this game would be like quite tight between the two because we're like, yeah, they're so similar in so many ways. And then when you pit them against one another, it is completely different. Why? How? I don't know. You cannot. I try to. I really sympathize with you, Nick. I know you're the color caster in this duo, and just seeing you trying to articulate something like, well, this is why it didn't work out. God bless.
I mean,
it's not an easy job.
There's things we can. Okay. I think the biggest trouble for me that game was that I think those might have been the reasons why it went wrong, but it's such a mess that it's not even clear from like a top-down neutral perspective to say these are the problems, because there's so many small things that add up into the bigger picture, and that creates that massive skill gap between these two teams. Because it looked like, I think that, okay, the simplest way was what I said earlier. It's a 5-man rank stack. You know, they play together versus like an actual comp team that scrims and plays pro league and stuff like that. It was just they were outmatched in every single aspect of this match.
Yeah, I don't know what more to say. I mean, that game, I'm still reeling from it. I still cannot believe. I always knew that this was going to be like a tight contest. I guess we just hadn't given enough respect to Exist's bank. Pretty damning stat, of course, that in the last 6 months between EWC quals and Stage 1, Exist have banned this map 3 times. It's been banned against them 15 times. So yeah, I don't know what Kinotrope are thinking. They've clearly been working on their bank recently, but losing it to Scarz, losing it to Exist, they will be rattled. They will have lost their confidence. I think Kinotrope have to go back to the drawing board on this map. I probably wouldn't take Exist to this map if I was any other team in the league, and that's fair enough. Like, they're pretty damn good on it. But still, yeah, Kinotrope going to be kicking themselves because they probably should have had more information on Exist's bank, and they just didn't.
It's
MVP of the game. I think we can just show it at this point. The MVP of the game are, well, is Zifty. 128 EPS. They're 8-5. I mean, it was overall low in kills just because there were a lot of rounds that ended in time. There were just both teams killing one another, and then suddenly in a 2v4, 2v3, things just swap out to Exist, and they're able to get the win, James.
Yeah, and 4K in the last round as well with that big double flank after getting revived. Even managing to get the kill and get downed, like winning that trade in a way, meant that he lived to fight another day. He got revived, he came back, and he flanked for 2 more. Like, that is next level. Had he died or just 1-to-1 traded fully in that previous gunfight, there's no way that his team win that 7-1. So, hands down MVP of the game. Also, one of the planters as well in the early, in the first half. I still cannot believe that this team planted 4 times. You could almost give an MVP to Marvi for getting 3 plants off for this squad, but that's a credit to the whole team. Really, this is just, I mean, this has been such a team effort. These guys are so good on this map.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, I don't think this should be a. I know this doesn't exist, but we should make it like. I don't think Sifty deserves MVP. Not because he didn't play well. I think it is like a team MVP effort because every single player did their job. Everyone covered one another. All those plans going down, it's not thanks to anybody individually. It's the entire team. Sifty carried the final round, but they won 7-1. It doesn't matter if they lose that one, they'll win the next one. So, for me personally, it is Exist team MVP, better team, better individual players 1-to-1. Overall, just the winner.
Fair enough. That's what we got. So let's go through our schedule again for today. Here's what our day looked like. Our matches, 4 best of 1s as always. 7-5 Crest versus Vite. It was A pretty fun one to witness just because of Crest's comeback. I highly recommend you go back and watch that. Skyscraper was definitely a fun time. 7-2, Scarz versus Interforce, a victory for the number 1 team and also for the number 2 team in Japan League as CAG took down Father's Back 7-1. Finally, a big surprise for all of us, whether you like it or not. 7-1, Exist versus Kinotrope. And that was the end of our day. Our standings will look like this. And here it is. 12 points for Scarz, 9 for Osaka, CAG Osaka, and 8 for Exist, 6 for Vite, 6 for Crest, 6 for Kinotrope, 1 for Interforce, and none for Father is Back.
Look at who's in third place, guys. They are doing real
Oh.
fire. I mean, we knew that Scarz would be at the top. We thought it would be a 2 till 6 kind of tie between all of these teams, and I don't know, I think that CAG have definitely proven that they are one step ahead of the rest, even though they did lose to Vite. Vite themselves haven't been perfect. Exist beat them. Exist has now beaten Kinotrope. I think that Exist have a real shot at being at the higher end of that middle pack. However, of course, there is the asterisk next to Bank. They probably won't get a chance to play it, and they will get tested in BO3s when it comes to map pool. So I really hope that Exist can keep this momentum up. Like I was saying before, you know, it's them and Vite are the only teams in that mid-pack here that haven't actually made it to a major before, and I think both of them deserve a shot, but of course Scarz and CAG are looking really good, especially today. CAG looking next level.
Serve is one thing, but also they need to really show up for it, right? Because I think it is theirs to take in if they can perform good enough for it, but they have to also put in the work and put in the performance, and I think today was a good step for Exist to show us that they might actually be in contention for that possibility, but again, outside of Bank, which is like their favorite map parent in the whole world, they have to show up in a similar way as they did today. So more strats, more prep work, more theory, and they might maybe.
All right, moving on from this, then we will take a look at next week's matches, just because there are more. Of course, we have passed the halfway mark. There are still 3 more Playdays, and next week there'll be more. CAG versus Kinotrope, Father's Back versus Exist, Crest versus Interforce, finally Scarz versus Vite. That's, I think, the first and last game are, they definitely get us worked up in some ways. Would you agree, Nick?
I would, but I do think that the first match, CAG Kinotrope, now has a bit of an asterisk next to it. Like, before today, I was like, that's match of the day for sure. I mean, that's going to be a tight series, but then earlier, you know, just like an hour and a half ago, CAG looked like they're in the best performance ever this stage so far. And Kinotrope, they looked like they were following that same trajectory of getting better and better, but then today they fall oh so flat. I think the map veto for that first matchup is going to matter a ton. We cannot go to Clubhouse or Bank if you're Kinotrope. Then again, I don't really know where they would want to go against CAG. So that kind of leaves me with Scarz Vite, which could be good, but could also become very one-sided very quickly.
Gentlemen, forgive me to ask, are you both here next week for Japan?
I think so.
Yes,
Second?
next weekend I believe is our last weekend on Japan, and then we come
Yes.
back for one of the LCQ days, I believe. Or
That's
playoffs,
correct.
I forget which. Yeah.
Yeah, we come back on the
Okay.
13th of the final day. And then the
Oh,
next
that-
weekend, of course.
That day would be pretty fun if you ask me. But yeah, it's unfortunate because I'm going to be watching it from home. That's sure I'm not on the show next week.
Okay.
But I'm gonna love every minute of it. You'll be with Anne. You'll be having more fun anyways.
And look, I mean, I like having fun with Anne, but I like having fun with you too, my friend.
Well said.
Thanks, James. Thank you. We're all having fun together. Anyways, what a day we have had. Our predictions look like this. Yeah, I can't believe we're gonna have to say this, but
Production.
production was
That's
right.
actually wild that production got them all right. I'm actually kicking myself as well because I even said it when we looked at predictions at the start of today. Like, it just feels wrong that Kinotrope's getting 3 out of 4. That really feels like a 50-50 split. Of course, the result was not 50-50. It was a 7-1. But, yeah, I would have liked to change to Exist just to make that look a little bit more even. But also, I have been a Kinotrope simp. I think I need to stop doing that because the reason I loved Kinotrope was because they did a lot of rushes back in the day and they just don't have that same identity anymore. So I don't think I can really be on that bandwagon anymore. I should have gone for Exist today, and I would have kept my record if I... Yeah, there we go.
Maybe you
That's it.
start doing the right thing, James, and stop double down and, afterwards.
Look, Nick, if you spent less time smack talking, you might actually... Oh, no, actually, you're ahead of me, damn it.
Oh, wait.
Why do James' numbers keep going
Wait,
down?
why do
they going
the
down?
numbers keep changing? What?
Oh no,
I thought I was like,
James.
You were.
Oh,
you
wow.
were.
You were not.
You
this
were
is
ahead
rough,
of me.
bro. I'm getting trolled. I was at 69% and you were at 63% when I started that sentence, and now production
You
is
were
trolling
like
me.
70 something. Like you're way ahead. It was like 13 and 10, I think. So.
Oh
you're
my
way ahead of
god.
me.
Bro, production
he's
is just
losing
trolling
it.
me big time. I'm melting.
Honestly, I don't think James has
Oh, I
gotten
was at 81. Okay,
81,
cool.
yeah.
All right. Well, then I can finish my insult. Spend less time smack talking, Pengu, and spend more time predicting the correct results, okay?
Okay. Listen.
Fair. All right. Break it up, you guys. Our MVP of the day. Here's who it is. Who is it? Who is
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Arcully.
It was gnarly.
Arcully was mass in the game today.
Yeah, he had the. I definitely think he had the best individual performance today, and also, I guess the impact of the match as well. He really put his team on his shoulders, both like from a mental perspective, the comeback, of course, on Skyscraper, and he definitely did what he had to do individually to get his team to the right track, and the comeback kind of proves that too.
Yeah.
All right then. James, any final words?
Look,
For
today was a surprising day. We had a lot of one-sided games I didn't think would be one-sided, and we also had a 7-round-in-a-row comeback from Crest, which is wild. But that's the day. It's another day in the life of Japan League where we somehow have a lot of one-sided games, but overall it doesn't mean that you can predict them because sometimes they're one-sided in the opposite direction.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, it has been another fun day altogether here, and I'm very excited to see what next week will bring, even though I'll be watching from the sidelines. There's no way you get to miss the games that we have in store for you. That'll be Playday number 5. Same starting time as always here, 8 a.m. for a CST mainland Europe on Saturday and Sunday. We're almost done with the standard group stage here of Japan League. But if you're looking for some more Siege today, which honestly, same, then I'm sorry to say that today you got, where are they? There's some odd ones. There's qualifications today, but of course there's Brazil always. But in general, there are qualifications also for other regions, especially for EU that are happening to see what happens. You got some teams from different nationals that are kind of playing, or at least from the olden national days. Machiko is kicking off back again today, so it's going to be some fun to see how things go in the open quals. But regardless, Brazil will be back in professional play. We'll see if. Well, W7M keep up their role because I love watching those boys. Anyways, Damarda Pengu, thank you so much. Thank you to our wonderful producer, Nutman Nuttery. And we will see you next week for some more action here in Japan League. Till then, take care. We love you. Bye-bye.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.